Think the Knights Templar lived a life of silent discipline and sacred peace? Think again. Their barracks echoed with clanking armor, midnight prayers, muttered Latin chants, and the endless shuffle of boots on stone. Cold straw beds, strict routines, and the ever-present dread of sudden battle made sleep a luxury most Templars never truly knew. Let's tuck into the noise, the rules, and the restless nights of history's most feared holy warriors. If medieval mayhem helps you drift off, press play, get cozy, and subscribe for more sleepy tales that whisper through time. You step into the barrack not as a guest in the warm glow of hospitality, but as a pair of eyes adjusting to the patient dusk of duty. It is late in the day along the coast, and the salt hangs in the air at Chateau Pèlerin, the great Templar fortress settled close enough to the water that the tide speaks to the stone. The wind has already begun its nightly work, combing the surface of the sea into low whispers and drawing a breathy hum through the arrow slits, a sound as constant as any chant. Inside, the light is cautious. A handful of lamps sputter along the corridor, their flame bent by small draughts you only notice when the shadow of a lintel flickers. This is not a place designed for rest, though men lie down here. It is a place designed for readiness, which is not the same thing at all. You feel it when you set down your bundle near the pile of straw that passes for a bed, and you follow the unspoken rule that personal motion must not disturb the uniform line of shields stacked by the aisle, or the spears leaning in orderly cohorts like tall, silent sentries watching other sentries. The day has closed with Compline and the Great Silence, but you understand quickly that silence here is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of needless speech. The quiet is full of movement and small noises, the measured business of a house that never stops its work. A sergeant passes behind you without a word, oiling a blade with the restrained attention you might reserve for a delicate hinge. The rag moves in the same rhythm you will see again and again tonight, a circular polishing that darkens with the film of oil and the thin grey of dust loosened from the blade's shallow grooves. A squire kneels a few paces away, letting buckles whisper through his fingers as he checks straps in the last light. Not because he is expecting attack right now, but because the expectation is constant and has no time assigned to it. A man who is always ready must complete the same careful tasks again and again until the routine becomes its own kind of religion. And that is what you are stepping into. You notice the bed. It is a mat of straw, flattened from much use, contained by a coarse linen ticking that does not prevent scratches, only softens them. Some men have a blanket folded like a careful plank at the foot. There is no pile of pillows or drunken sprawl of personal property. These are not rooms, but an open dormitory, a long hall where bodies arrange themselves like equipment in formation. Boots are at the head or under the bed, belts nearby, a mantle folded but reached without sight. Armor is not hung in a luxurious fashion, but left where retrieval will be simple in darkness. The rule does not tell you to sleep naked. It expects you to keep your linen close, to sleep ready to rise, to know where your things are without thinking. You will, through repetition, learn to find a boot by feel and to cinch it in 3 motions in the lightless hour. You will learn to turn a belt so the tongue finds the buckle blind. You will hear the tapping rhythm of buckle tongues all night, as if the barrack itself were counting. The smells set the scene as much as any ritual. There is the fat smoke of tallow candles, heavy and a little sour, and the cleaner edge of oil, lamps that catch in your throat when the flame is trimmed. There is the stealth of leather, wet leather, oiled leather, cured leather. each with its particular note, and beneath it the tired smell of sweat that has sunk into fiber and wood over months of use. The sea has its fragrance too, something like metal and brine, and every breath reminds you that salt does not sleep. Even if you were a person inclined to drowsiness, these odors create a catalogue that your mind keeps consulting. Who has returned? To the hall, who has oiled his sword? Who has just come from the stable with hay dust clinging to his tunic? The senses are not permitted to retire with the sun. There are rules that govern the dark. After Compline, you do not chatter. If you must speak at all, you do so in a voice shaped not to carry. You do not laugh loudly or cross the hall needlessly. There is no fire in the middle of the room to cast a cheering glow. There are lamps along the sides, set where they will be least likely to be knocked or spilled. Lamps in a place like this are kept on because to lose them would be to lose more than light. Without them, a man could stumble over a spear and spill metal and wood into a clatter that would carry to the courtyard and beyond. Without them, a man might fumble at a buckle or lose track of a strap and leave himself unready. And readiness is a form of obedience here. The watch is set before you lay down. Names have been assigned earlier, and the bell, small but insistent, will mark the changes. The rhythm of the night is divided by duty, and you will discover what this does to sleep. It breaks it into purposeful fragments. You might imagine that when the hall quiets, a gentle drowsiness settles over it, but the chorus that begins is not restful. Men cough with the insistence of lungs used to dust. One of them has a wheeze that is like the faint squeak of a rusted hinge. Each breath is a small protest. Another has a rhythm to his snore that would be almost comical if you were not lying awake counting the pauses. Somewhere at the far end, a squire turns on his mat, and the straw rustles in a way that sounds like a broom slowly pushed over stone. Someone slips out to the latrine, and you hear a board creak at the doorway that always creaks no matter how careful you are. The latrines in a place like this are practical and blunt. A stone bench, a chute, the sea below, or a pit beyond, depending on where you are in the fortress. They are not designed for comfort, but you are glad for the air. The wind catches the door when you open it, and you hold it close so it does not slam. Even in small things there is discipline. A bell sounds somewhere to mark the hour for those who must take their turn. It is not a grand peal, but a measured marking like the stirring of a spoon in a pot, reliable and small. You hear the shift of bodies responding, and you are surprised how swiftly they move from horizontal to vertical. There is no grumbling aloud, only the low thud of boots set down and the soft hiss of fabric pulled over skin. Belts are buckled, mantles lifted, and men file out like a tide, pulling through a narrow channel, steady, directional, silent, except for the essentials. Someone touches your shoulder, your turn will come later, and the touch is the only speak necessary to a person who is learning where he belongs in the pattern. The pattern extends beyond the hall. In the courtyard, a lantern moves like a low yellow star along the barrack wall, following the steps of whoever is making the rounds. The porter at the gate sits with his keys in a place where he can feel their weight. He is thinking of what might approach in the dark, which is not a fear, but a calculation. Guards atop the wall shift from foot to foot, not because they are impatient, but to keep blood moving in legs that must stand. The sea murmurs, and sometimes throws a small hiss against the rocks with more force, reminding you that nature does not keep your schedule. Somewhere the stable is awake. Horses stamp because horses stamp, whether or not danger is apparent. A stableman checks the water, Not now, but soon. And the clack of a bucket will be another small sound stitched into the blanket of the night. Back inside, a squire has the job of tending lamps. It is an unglamorous chore, and he performs it like a man who has made peace with the idea that important things are rarely dramatic. He trims a wick with a little pinch tool and wipes his fingers on a cloth that is streaked with soot. The lamp brightens a moment and then returns to a steady dim that is enough. He looks at each in turn as if counting. It is a number that must be right. Too many lamps are wasteful, and waste is a lack of discipline. Too few are dangerous, and danger is an indulgence you cannot afford. He finishes, nods to himself, then pauses because he sees a strap uncoiled by your bed. He coils it, not as a courtesy to you, but as a correction to the room. Order is a communal property. Sleep is a tool. Here you learn to pick it up quickly and set it down at once when another tool is required. You lie down, and if you are new, you may have the peculiar experience of feeling sleep like a distant shore you cannot reach because your thoughts keep enumerating all the small cues around you. You count the time between the bell's last stroke and the next. You note how long it takes for the cough at the far end to settle, then start again. You sense the warmth of the body at your left and the cool void at your right where the aisle is, and you orient your face toward the aisle, not because you prefer it, but because if you must rise, you will not disturb the sleeping form beside you. You are alert enough to notice that even in sleep men arrange themselves towards efficiency. At some hour you drift, and it is not a smooth descent, but more like a steep path in the dark, where your foot finds certain stones and almost slips but then holds. You dream in the small way that a person dreams when he has promised to wake. It is a light sleep, filled with the residue of the day. The lines of rope around bundles of hay, the smear of oil across steel, the diagram of the barrack laid on your eyelid so that if you needed to reach for a belt in absolute dark, you would see it with the same certainty as your hand. You are not allowed to sink. The bell or a footstep or a cough or the whisper of a mantle's hem on stone keeps you tethered to the surface. When you wake, you are not surprised. The hall looks nearly as you left it, save that different shoulders rise and fall on different mats, and the lamp's oil has descended a fraction in the glass. If you expected that the great silence would cradle you, you find instead that it sustains activity without conversation. The work of a barrack at night is made of tasks too small to brag about. Someone has the job of checking the buckles of the saddles that hang on their pegs in the tack room. Someone counts arrows in bundles to make sure the day's practice has not dwindled them below the line. Someone moves a chest closer to the door because it will be needed in the morning, and if it is there, it will save 2 minutes and 4 steps. Someone goes to the kitchen to bank the embers in the hearth, so there will be coals alive when it is time to coax a flame into the morning pot. These are not exciting actions. They are the stitches that keep the fabric from fraying. You come to see why men who live this life do not treasure long, unbroken sleep. They treasure readiness. As you listen, you begin to hear layers. The outer layer is the wind and the sea and, sometimes, a fox crying somewhere beyond the wall. The inner layer is wood and leather, the noises that come from human construction, the settled groan of a beam, the tick of cooling metal, the faint scrape when a buckler hung too near its neighbor touches it when the air moves. Between those layers is the human middle. Breath, steps, cough, the fold and unfold of fabric, the slight thud of a hand patting a pocket to confirm that the needed thing is still there. In that middle, you hear the quiet command of the marshal, once not scolding but reminding a man that his watch begins sooner than he thought. The power in that voice comes from its restraint. If you have ever been in a place where a leader speaks less at night, you will recognize the same economy here. By now, you understand that the sounds you thought might keep you awake are, in fact, the reasons to rest lightly. The fear here is not that you will be disturbed. The fear, if there is one, is that you will not be. A night with too little motion is a night that has failed to tend to its necessities. If the bell does not sound at the expected moments, someone is ill. If the porter's keys do not clink once in a turn, someone has gone lax. If the stable does not cough, something is wrong in the stalls. The constancy is a reassurance, and this is how you settle. You are not comforted by hush, but by the regularity of tasks performed on schedule you can feel without seeing. You are thinking of the armor you must touch, not to polish it to a parade gleam, but to verify that the rings lie flat and the rivets have not pulled. These thoughts do not fret you. They are the gentle weight on your chest that keeps your breath from floating away. Then, a different sound. It is not loud, not a shout or a clang. It is a scuff, followed by a small pause, then another scuff. You recognize it as the tread of someone not yet used to walking at night without letting the heels slide. You think it might be a younger man, conscious of being observed even when no one is looking directly. You know the marshal will hear it too, and perhaps smile the small smile he keeps for the learning. The scuff passes. The bell marks a change. You sleep, not as if sinking, but as if a careful hand has set you down. And even in sleep, the question is not whether the night will be quiet enough for rest, but whether readiness will be satisfied, without incident. You hold on to the curiosity that does not quite let sleep deepen into oblivion. What pattern will tonight draw, and what small interruption will reveal that pattern's purpose? You learn quickly that the night is not a blank interval at Chateau Pèlerin, but a set of lines drawn by bells and bodies in motion. The bell that marked the watch change also divides the air in your chest. You count its notes not because you were told to, but because it allows you to measure your posture against the posture of the house. In this place, hours are less about the sun and more about obligations. And even in darkness, the schedule moves like a wind you cannot see but feel pushing at your back. You begin to understand why long, unbroken sleep is not considered a friend. It dulls the edge that the rule intends to keep honed. Instead, you are encouraged to master the kind of rest that a craftsman keeps near his hand, ready to pick up and put down, as if sleep were a tool and not a refuge. Matins is the next landmark. It draws nearer with the sense a person gets of bread rising under linen. Not loud, not visible in detail, but undeniable. The great silence holds, but beneath it is a current of readiness. You could almost chart it by footsteps and lamp shifts. The sergeant who prefers to pass through the hall once before he goes to the chapel, the squire who checks the spare cords hung by the door because he has checked them every night, he has been assigned to this floor, the brother who moves his mantle half a palm to the left, so his hand finds it first in the time between notes. These are small actions, but they add up to a whole that you can feel lying on your mat. Your body adjusts to the idea that it will rise at the bell and stand as if pulled from the floor by an invisible thread. The dormitory has its own geography, and you learn it the way a person learns the furniture in a room he must cross in the dark. The aisle runs like a small road down the middle, with bodies camped along its sides as evenly as possible, given the particular shapes of men and their gear. Shields lean with their bosses outward, the curves catching the light like a row of quiet moons. Lances stand like a grove of two tall saplings, arranged not in a tangle, but with enough space between to retrieve one without clashing with its neighbor. The beds, if you call them that, Line the wall, and everyone is the same height and shape, so no one can claim the privilege of better straw or a thicker ticking. Above, the beams hold the weight of the roof and a history of hands, fingerprints, in soot, the indent of tools set down for a moment years ago. The lamps, placed in niches, are cleaned enough that their glass gives you a steady view of the room in a kind, even haze. You feel the rule in your bones even when you are not reciting it. It speaks in your body's posture. You know not to keep extravagant bedclothes. You know not to drape a belt like a banner, nor to fold a mantle with theatrical care. The expectation is plain, necessities only, arranged so that anyone could find them. It is not personal. It is structural, the way the wall bears the roof. If you have a cloak, it is brown or off-white, not a rich hue, because colours are for banners and signa, not for sleeping. If you have a blanket, it is one blanket, and if a cold wind runs through the slits, you pull it closer and put your shoulder against the wall. The rule is not hostile to comfort, it is indifferent to it. Comfort is a visitor, not a resident, in a house built for arms. The armory may be quiet now, but even in quiet, its logic breathes. You can picture it. Mail hauberks hung where they can be inspected for loosened rings, gambesons folded not by whim but along seams so that hazards to stitching are minimized, helms arranged by type, nasal to one side, masked visors to the other, each with its lining checked and refitted as needed. You have learned to run your fingers over a coif to feel for a ring about to slip. If it moves too freely, you note it and bring it to the smith's bench in the morning, when the first blows on the small anvil will carry through the courtyard like muted thunder. Oil waits in a stoppered jar. It is thick and earthy with the scent of crushed seeds and ash, and when you rub it into a blade, you do so with the same count that the sergeant used earlier, because repetition ensures thoroughness more than speed. Whetstones sit in little wooden trays like bread in a pan, and you slide the stone across the edge at a shallow angle until the grain tells you it has had enough. No one will ask if it shines. They will ask if it cuts and if it holds. You think of the horses because one stableman moves down the hallway at his appointed time, and his pace tells you where he is going. You can hear his steps, sure in their direction, deliberate in their silence. In the stable, the method is the same, water checked first, not by a quick glance, but by running a hand along the rim and dipping fingers into the bucket to feel the temperature. If it is too cold, a horse will drink less and wake with stiffness. If it is fouled, he replaces it, though he does it now in the night when the barrel is still. You hear later the soft rhythm of a brush on a flank, long strokes that lift dust and smooth hair into the dark. A horse huffs, and the breath clouds in the air, even without your seeing it. Oats are measured, not poured with a generous hand. Feed is wealth, and wealth is to be kept for the next day's work. Muck is moved not because it offends anyone's nose, but because rot creates damp, and damp creates sick hooves, and sick hooves create delays that spread into other delays, until the whole rhythm stutters. Everything connects in the night. The water for men is a different matter. You do not drink thoughtlessly. Cisterns hold the rain, wells draw from below, but both are guarded like coin. In the night, a boy brings a pitcher and cups to the chapel, porch, and sets them on a shelf, because some men will want a mouthful after matins. He covers the pitcher with a cloth against the dust that never quite sleeps. When he lifts it tomorrow morning, it will be damp at the edges where the night seeped into it. The kitchen has embers banked under ash, a dull red heart hidden like a small truth. In the morning you will find it alive and coax it with a breath into flame, and it will repay the care by lighting quickly, sparing you the irritation of coaxing dead ash into life. You know about lice. You would rather not, but the body tells you plainly. In the night, there is a basket by the doorway with combs that draw a fine line through hair. Many keep hair short, not for decoration, but for ease of cleansing in a life where wash water is counted. You keep beards trimmed enough not to catch in mail. On certain nights, you sit under a lamp and pull the comb through in slow, steady strokes. And you hold the patience of a person who has accepted that this is part of the work. Vinegar is a luxury when you have it, but its sharpness lifts the skin oil from the comb's teeth. You wash your shirt in a basin when your turn comes, scrub it with ash and rinse it in cool water, then wring it by twisting opposite ends as the man across from you twists in tandem. The water runs grey, and you do not shy from that. It is the sign that you have removed something that would otherwise itch and distract and steal attention, better used elsewhere. The latrines are what they are. You will not pretend they are pleasant. In the middle of the night, you walk the path because the body does not care for schedules. You carry a lamp if you must, and if you do not, you run your hand along the wall where others have run theirs for the same reason. The stone is smooth there. You breathe shallow for a moment, and then you step out again into air that smells of salt and stone, and you find that you are grateful for both because they are honest. Even such things fit into the order of the place. Waste goes out. Water comes in. The cycle is as regular as the bell. Discipline is the other air you breathe. It is not cruel for its own sake. It is predictable. And that predictability keeps you safe. If a man is late to watch and has no reason that the marshal accepts, he receives a correction that is as measured as the bell. It might be fasting the next day, or the removal of a small privilege such as a portion of wine, or the requirement to sit nearer the door, where drafts test a person's resolve. If a man speaks in the great silence, he expects to be noticed, and being noticed in this context is not a pleasure. If a man shows carelessness with his kit, he does not merely repair the kit, he helps repair others until he understands that an unbuckled strap is, in effect, an unpaid debt that someone else must settle in the dark. The rule is not in abeyance at night. It is, if anything, more alive, because no one is being cheered by the bustle of the day. The night shows you where the weak points are. You think of food not because you are hungry, but because you are aware of the exactness with which it is measured. Bread is cut evenly in the morning. In the night, you remember the weight in your hand. A broth waits to be made when dawn comes, and dried peas will sit in water to soften because fuel is dear and soaking shortens the boil. Salt meat is sliced with attention to thickness so that portions align with mouths to be fed. The boy who covers the bread with a cloth at night does so snugly, pinching the edges under the loaf so mice do not help themselves. These accommodations, so simple, are the reason your day will run without commentary. You begin to love the lack of commentary, the absence of complaint that attends competence. Your place in this is not merely to notice. You have your own rotation tonight. When the bell calls you, you feel the stiff straw at your back surrender to your shoulders. You are standing before you have found your balance. Your belt is where you left it. Your tunic is smooth enough, your mantle at your hand. You keep your eyes down as you move because the light is enough if you let it be, and too bright if you try to read in it. You find your station and stand. The others are beside you, not shoulder to shoulder in a parade line, but arrayed with the small spaces that bodies keep at night. A gesture here, a nod there. A glance along the row to see who has filled which spot. The marshal moves down the line and stops only once to adjust a man's belt, so the tongue lies flat and will not catch. He does it without irritation. He has done it before. At matins, the chapel holds the quiet like a bowl holds water. You do not break it by filling it to the brim. You place your voice into it with care. The words are not ornate. You have said them enough that they are the path you know by touch, not by sight. You say them with a breath that knows the work still to come before the first light. Those who are not at the office are elsewhere at their tasks. The watch on the wall watches. The stableman checks for the one horse that sometimes sweats in the night, not from fright, but from a habit that requires a blanket thrown over damp hair before a chill steals in. The porter listens for the faintest pattern outside that does not belong to wind or fox or wave. Duty is apportioned as evenly as bread. When you return to the dormitory, you find it changed by a hair's breadth. The man whose cough had become a measure has ceased for a while. The lamp wick has been trimmed once more. The squire's cords, which had been tied in a neat bundle, now hang separated, whether because someone used them or because he decided that neatness would cost him seconds he could not spare. You lie down, knowing that sleep must come in a measured way. You give it no time to consider whether it will take you. You simply close your eyes and let your breath settle into the pattern of the room, which you now know well enough to imitate. Even your muscles know which ones to release first and which to hold a little longer, so that you do not sink too far and make rising a chore. You think of failure not because you expect it, but because the night is when you test your contingency. If the lamp blows, who reaches the door first without catching a spear? If the bell is slow, who moves without its cue? If the gate creaks in a way it has not creaked in months, who hears the difference? These are not dramatic scenarios here. They are quiet questions you ask yourself while the rest of the house breathes. You carry them like small pebbles in a pouch, weightless, until you realize they have balanced you. Outside, the tide turns. The wind shifts slightly. Air flows into the arrow slits from a vein you can map with your cheek. A line of cold meets your jaw, and you tuck your chin into your mantle's edge. Your toes find the place where straw thins out and curl to avoid it. Somewhere in the distance, a sound that is almost a drum, but is only a wave hitting rock at a new angle repeats itself enough times that it becomes the new ground note in the night. You fall asleep not because you are weary, but because the schedule requires it, and your body is learning to comply with the same readiness with which you rise. When you think of dawn, you do not picture light flooding the hall. You picture the first clear chore of the morning and the howl of its beginning. Embers pulled, bread wetted, the first moment the stable door is opened to air slightly warmer than the stalls, the gate unlocked with the careful caress of metal on metal, the watch changed with hands that smell of leather and salt. You hear the bell in your head before it sounds, and you feel your muscles prepare to swing your legs to the floor. You do not think of the day as a break from the night. You think of it as the next iteration of the same discipline. All you ask yourself in the small pause before sleep sweeps back in is whether the line will hold another hour, and whether your readiness will feel like peace or like a taut string waiting for a pluck you cannot predict. But before the next bell comes, before the fresh chores spill into the aisle, you wonder a specific thing that you cannot quite dismiss, even if you know the rule does not honor speculation. If the alarm came now, would your hand find the same buckle in the same breath, and would your feet carry you with the same certainty as in full light, or would the night, with all its small, honest noises, become a different country underfoot? You do not get the alarm you expect. You get the one you deserve, which is quieter and more instructive. It begins with a knock at the porter's lodge that is not the knock of a person who belongs here. It is not frantic, not careless, but it has a rhythm that does not match the house's own. The porter hears it and does not startle. He places his hand on the key because the key acts as a weight in his mind, and this steadies him. He asks, in a voice made for nights, "What business is at the gate?" The answer is a voice too soft to make out from where you lie, but the porter speaks again, and the gate does not open. The marshal is called not with shouts, but with feet that go to the proper door and a hand that knocks in the pattern used for such summons. The bell does not ring, not yet. Readiness is not panic. It is sequence. You are awake before you know. Why? You sense the change in the dormitory in the way a fish feels pressure in water. You sit up and your hand goes to the mantle because this is the first thing you put on. The sound is the soft slide of fabric over linen and the small tick of a buckle against wood. You do not speak. The squire next to you has already risen. His belt is in his hand. He moves to the lance rack and touches one, then another, then the right one. The marshal's presence at the door is not announced, but you feel it when the room's attention gathers into a point. He does not raise his voice. He speaks to the sergeant, and the sergeant speaks to the room, and the words are ordinary. Stand, take stations, wait for the bell. They mean everything. You dress with intention. Gambeson first, the quilted linen settling on your shoulders with its particular worn weight. You have slept in enough layers that this is not an invasion, but an addition. The mail, if called for, will come later. You keep it where it can be lifted without thought, but for now you put on what keeps your body from being shocked by a sudden night wind. Your feet find your boots. The laces are tied with the knot you have practiced that holds and yet can be undone with a pull. Your belt goes around your waist and the tongue finds the buckle faster than it would in the day. It is a small miracle of the muscle's memory. You do not think now of dream or comfort or straw. You think only of the distance from your mat to the doorway and the number of paces to your assigned place. The bell sounds, and it is not an alarm bell in the sense of clamour. It is the normal bell rung in the night in a pattern agreed upon. Those who are to move, move. Those who are to watch, watch. Those who are to wait, wait without fidgeting. The gate is still closed. The porter is not alone now. The marshal stands at his shoulder, and a second man stands at the other shoulder, not interfering, simply forming a structure with his body. The question is asked again, the answer comes again, and this time the words carry. Fishermen late from the shoals, an oar broken, their small boat pushed by a current into the dark edge near the fortress, and seeking a place to borrow dry land for a moment while the wind shifts. The voice that answers is older, not certain of his right to ask, and this permission in his tone makes it more likely he will be permitted. But nothing is permitted quickly. Night in this place does not speed mercy or danger. It handles both at the same pace. The outer watch reports from the wall. Torches are seen, but they are low and spaced like the lamps of a small boat, not high and regular as a column on a road. There is the smell of tar, but this, too, could be a boat. The marshal does not open. He asks for the signal that was agreed upon for such cases months ago at a table in daylight when the men were fresh and the bread was new. The signal is a pattern knocked on wood, the code sent to local fishermen to prevent a ruse. A pattern, easy for calloused fingers and impossible to fake without prior knowledge. You wait in the hall, not with held breath, but with held muscle. The knock comes, and it is right. The gate does not swing open as if in welcome. It opens the way you split firewood with a wedge, steadily, with awareness of the grain. The men enter because they have been allowed. They do not rush. Their footsteps are the footsteps of men whose limbs are heavy with water and labor. They carry their oars, and they carry the embarrassment of needing help. You do not see them from the dormitory, but you know their type. The smell comes in first: wet rope, salt, and a hint of fish oil that will set in anything it touches. The porter directs them not with hospitality, but with efficiency. They are sent to a corner of the yard marked for such emergencies, not far from the cistern, and there they kneel in the dirt to pray because this is the custom, and they drink because this is what the body requires. The gate closes behind them, not with haste, but with a finality that turns the key, and the house returns to its readiness with a slight adjustment to account for guests. There is no attack. There is no dramatic confrontation. The lesson you needed does not require it. You stand at your station and feel your body settle not into complacency, but into an understanding of why the rule insists on the night's divisions. The tools you oiled earlier may not have been needed in this moment, but they were no less necessary to prepare for any moment. The horses were not saddled, but the fact that their tack hangs in order makes your heart rate lower when the bell called. The cords the squire checked were not touched, but their presence kept your mind clear of one worry. The embers in the kitchen did not need to flare yet, but they will at dawn, and you will be grateful that the night preserved them. If there is work now, it is gentle. A pair of men goes to the yard to help with the fishermen. They bring rough bread and a pot of water warm to take the edge off cold hands. One fetches a blanket from a chest that holds such things meant for charity, not for the dormitory, and shakes it out with one hard snap to clear the dust that settles on all stored cloth. The stableman pauses, measures the time it would take to bring a horse to the gate in case someone must be sent down the coast, and decides against it because the wind is not favorable and feet will do. The scout on the wall counts the small torches once more and watches their pattern until it settles into something as boring as sea breathing. He does not stop watching. Your station holds until the marshal releases you. He does so by stepping close enough that the relief carried by his body's nearness tells you before his words do. You file back into the dormitory, and you do not speak. The mantle comes off with the same soft sigh as before. You lie down without fuss. The straw is as it was. The room looks unchanged, but it is not. It has absorbed an event, and by not reacting extravagantly, it has confirmed its purpose. You feel the place's strength in the way your pulse slows even before your eyes close. It is still night. It will be morning in a few hours. Time has not been lost. It has been used as it was designed to be used here, as a resource to be portioned, out with the same care as bread and oil. You slip into sleep with a new confidence. You understand now that what you feared about night alarms was the possibility of confusion. Confusion is scarce in this house because routine hoards clarity like a treasure. Not a gaudy treasure, not one to display, but one to spend a coin at a time when needed. If you need to rise, you will rise. If you need to wait, you will wait, without chafing. If the wind changes, you will feel it and shift your shoulder to meet it. Nothing heroic attaches to these acts. They are ordinary, and that is their strength. When the first grey shows at the slit, it is not yet day, but the room knows. Men who have slept as much as the night allowed begin the morning's first small tasks. The boy with the pitcher, the Man with the embers, the squire who checks the chords again, just because checking is his habit now. These take their places in the pattern. You rise, because that is your place now too, and you fold your blanket with the corners meeting. A quiet refusal to let the night's minor turbulence disorder your corner of the place. A brother crosses himself once and heads to the kitchen. Another looks to the armory to set out what is needed for practice after prime. The watch changes again, this time with more voices because the silence ends with the morning office. And voices feel like a luxury you spend cautiously at first, because the night taught you how valuable quiet can be. It was never true that sleep here would cradle you. It was never intended to. You are meant to learn how to hold rest in one hand while keeping the other unclenched for the next task. This way of living creates a resilience that does not appear in stories meant to stir blood. It appears in small, unremarkable decisions: to keep a lantern trimmed, to place your belt where your hand expects it, to know the weight of a key, to ask the old fisherman for the agreed signal and wait for him to give it. You have seen how the night treats both danger and pleading with the same measured courtesy, and that is the point. It refuses to assign drama where none is needed. It insists on attention to small details because these are the places where large failures begin. In this calm, almost dull sequence of actions, you find something you did not expect, a kind of companionship with the other bodies in the room. Not intimacy, not friendship, in the sense of chatter and shared indulgence. Companionship in the sense of shared readiness. You trust the man at your left because his breath neither rushes nor sticks when the bell sounds. You trust the sergeant because his voice stays low. You trust the porter because his hand went to the key at the right moment and nowhere else. You are all practicing the same simple art, to be exactly where you should be at the moment you are needed, without fanfare. When light finally filigrees the edges of the room and the air smells the way it always smells at dawn, like stone giving, up the night, and wood thinking about heat, you stretch without calling attention to your own length. The day begins, and with it the loud work takes its turn, clanging iron, stamping hooves, the calls that belong to daylight. You will fall into these sounds as you fell into the nights, recognizing in them another rhythm drawn by the same hand. You will not speak of the fisherman to anyone who does not need to know. There will be no tale told about the moment the knock sounded or the way the gate opened. You do not need a tale. You have learned what the night wanted you to learn, that being ready is more restful in the long term than waiting for rest, and that quiet, diligently kept, is not an absence of action, but the foundation of all action that matters. As you shoulder your tasks, one thought returns and remains with you like a thread tucked into a seam. If the quiet routine could handle a small mercy without strain, would it handle a sudden strain with the same grace? And would your hands, trained on buckles and lamps and embers, find what they needed in the unexpected dark of a true alarm at the wall? You learn, in a Templar house, that time is a harness. It is not a gentle ribbon measured by sunrise and sunset. It is a leather strap pulled snug, not to hurt you, but to hold you firm against the jerks and jolts of uncertainty. The rule, does he, not merely tell you what to do, it tells you when to do it. And that schedule is the unspoken weapon that turns a hall of men with different tempers and pasts into a single machine. The hours are named and nested into your day before you open your eyes. Matins in the deep night, lords at the grey edge, prime when work begins, then terce, sext, none to carry you through the day's spine, vespers when the light turns, and Compline when speech subsides to a thread. You do not argue with the hours, you fall into them. In time, you discover how they disentangle sleep from self-indulgence and fix it to purpose, how they press you to hold wakefulness not as an exception, but as a craft. You can feel it most in the transition from compline to the great silence. The rule draws the curtain over words then, and you obey not because you fear punishment, but because you resent the way idle talk frays the neat coil of readiness you have wound all day. You stow your gear with that same blunt, tidy care. The cloak is folded once and once again, not fussed over. The belt is laid where your hand knows it will be. The knife is sheathed with its hilt turned outward, reachable without looking. The rule does not tell you to be romantic, it tells you to be ready, and that orientation creeps into your hands as surely as into your mind. The silence is not a void. It is the slow swing of the pendulum at the heart of the house, the thing that lets every man's breath fall into the same long, manageable rhythm. The clock itself is not a mechanism of wheels and escapements in this time and place. You do not live with iron gears and a face of painted numerals. Your clock is a man with a bell, a water hourglass in a side room, a candle marked with notches for the night's watches, a porter who has learned the difference between the third hour and the fourth by the taste of the air. Some houses have a clepsydra, a water clock that trickles steadily enough for a scribe or a sacristan to know when to ring, but if the level drops too quickly, the sacristan lifts the bell a moment later the next night, and the error is absorbed into the steady patience of habit. Time here is experienced in bodies. You see it in the position of a man's shadow under an arch at sext. You hear it in the way a squire trims a lamp wick just before matin. You feel it in your stomach, which learns when a portion of bread is likely to arrive and when it must wait because Lord's is not yet finished. Sleep is placed between duties like a plank on supports, sturdy, useful, and ready to be stepped on and off. The rule expects that you will sleep, but never so deeply that you cannot be wakened by the bell or the toe of a sergeant's boot. The seasons nudge the schedule, and so your sleep slides across the calendar with them. In winter, when nights are long and dawn shy, you may take longer between matins and Lords, resting your head again without shame and without removing your mantle. In summer, dawn comes with little patience, and you must compress rest into a briefer span. Either way, you learn to fall asleep deliberately. You do not drop off, you perform sleep. You lie down with your body already arranged for rising, your feet pointed toward the aisle, your right hand near the belt, your left near the cloak's edge, your mind quieted not by the absence of thought, but by the presence of a very particular set of thoughts, where your things are, where your station is, what the next bell will mean. You also learn that the clock is a moral instrument. If you miss matins without cause, your day does not simply start. It starts under a small cloud that is measured not by frowning faces, but by a change in your portion, a quiet correction in where you sit, or a charge to take an extra watch that night so that you feel the hour you skipped. The rule drips into the day in such measures. You are not whipped for ordinary failures, you are trained by them. If your strap was out of place when the bell rang, the sergeant will find a way to make you practice placing and retrieving it in darkness until your hands learn the lesson your ears did not. Time is used this way to grind you into a shape that fits without forcing. In the morning, prime arrives just when your muscles are still grieving the way the night divided your rest, and that is by design. You go to the chapel not as a monk, though the ritual is cousin to monkish rhythm, but as a soldier whose senses have been taught to lift at certain phrases. The familiar cadence of the Psalms is like a path your feet know, even in fog. You pick up the day's tasks after prime with less chatter than you might have if you had slept the way civilian memory tells you sleep should be. It turns out that a little hunger and a little interrupted slumber act like sand added to mortar. They make the whole less likely to split under small movements. You notice, too, how the bell protects you from your own drift. In long afternoons when practice drills stack one atop another, saddling and unsaddling, mounting and dismounting, adjusting stirrups, disassembling and reassembling the bow, lifting a shield until your shoulder burns, the call to none arrives, like the clip of a line to a ring. The repetition of named hours prevents time from puddling. You are pulled along, and the stress of decision, when to stop, when to continue, whether to speak or to hold silence, is largely removed. This is the clock's stealth kindness, and it reaches into night as well. The bell calls you to matins when your body would prefer to cling to sleep. You have no argument to make. You go. In going, you are spared the fatigue that comes of wavering. At Compline, the house begins to dim. Lamps are trimmed, and you feel the way the light itself supports the schedule. This glow is enough to navigate, not enough to invite reading or conversation beyond what is necessary. The rule forbids gossip not because it is wicked in a fiery sense, but because it wastes the night's usefulness. You may be called. You must be capable of rising without climbing out of a story you have been telling in whispers. Compline sets the baseline. The great silence maintains it. Men still move, horses still stamp in the distance, the porter still listens at the gate, but the human habit of embroidering every quiet with speech is arrested. You begin to suspect that this is why you can sleep at all, not because noise is absent, but because the absence of words unhooks the mind's worst habits. The clock also reaches beyond the dormitory into how food is portioned and when it is taken. A bowl of broth may be warmed before dawn for those who will drill early, and you might be among them. The kitchen learns the bell as well as you do, simmering a pot when the embers are ready, banked correctly the night before by a sleepy boy whose hands know exactly how much ash to leave on the coals. Bread is cut evenly after Lords, and portions are held back for men on outer watch who will not come in to eat at the same time. In the evening the wine is measured, so that a man might sleep in his portion of warmth without crossing into dulled senses that make the bell sound far away. The rule makes the cup a part of the timepiece. Overindulgence is less a sin than a mechanical fault here. It breaks the bell's direct line to your feet. Do not imagine, though, that the clock turns you into a faceless gear. The rule makes your individuality smaller, where individuality could threaten order, clothes, sleeping, eating, but it relies on it in the precise work of keeping the night. The man who walks the upper wall at the second watch has a particular gait that does not sound like the man at the third. The stableman's brush has its own rhythm on a horse's flank, and you come to know it. The sergeant's way of tapping two fingers on a door jamb when passing a man he trusts is his own. The bell binds you together, your habits trained, and quiet fill the intervals with competence. Sleep becomes one of those trained habits. The first nights you fought it like a fish caught in a net. After weeks you slip into it as a matter of course, at times that would once have felt hostile. To rest. The astonishment fades, the skill remains. You learn the value of short sleeps by necessity. If you sit after matins with your back to the wall and your hood up, you can close your eyes for the lengths between the house's movements, the time it takes the sacristan to replace a wick, the time it takes a man to descend the stair, and cross the yard and return. These are naps, but no one calls them that. They are parts of a posture, the way a horse rests one hind leg and then the other without lying down. The rule never praises long idleness. It honors the economy of rest in pieces. This does not make you a hero. It makes you a reliable component, which is what the house requires if it is to meet true alarms without turning them into panics. What you might have thought would be the hardest thing, the waking in darkness to sing, becomes the easiest because everything around it supports you. The dormitory is shaped to the purpose. The lamps are placed for it. The belts lie ready. The steps to the chapel have been counted by your feet until you could climb them blind and not stub a toe. The watch knows you are in the chapel and so attends with an extra half sense to the gate. You move within a woven cloth, and for all its coarseness, it keeps you from feeling the knife-cold edge of loneliness that a man on night duty in an undisciplined camp might feel. You are never alone. You are rarely allowed to be idle. In this paradox, sleep becomes more accessible even as it happens less in one piece. The clock gains its moral teeth when the house is under stress. If news comes of movement on the road, the watches tighten and the bells become more prominent. You feel the way they persuade your body to accept lighter, more frequent rests rather than one heavy one. You are fed a little earlier or a little later to draw out wakefulness without drawing down patience. The rule's resilience shows here. The schedule can be bent without breaking precisely because it has been followed so closely in ordinary days. You cannot bend what is already slack. You can only distort it because the clock holds firm most of the time. It can flex when you pull, and this means the men can flex too without confusion. Sleep, again, is part of this. You do not hoard it. You receive it when it comes in measured cups, and you do not scheme for more because the scheme would cost you the alertness you need to hear the bell. By the time you have lived inside this harness for months, waking feels different in your bones. The moment before your eyes open, you know not just that it is time to rise, but which time. Your shoulders read the air and tell you whether it is matins or dawn or vespers returning. Your ears pick out the bell's pattern as if it were a friend's voice in a crowd. There is a gentleness in this that you did not expect. You had thought discipline would make you hard. Instead, it has made you even-tempered. Night is no longer an enemy you fight for sleep. It is an environment you navigate with practiced movements, a place with lanes and signals, with customs you honor because they are plainly useful. And yet, in the settled comfort of this demanding schedule, a question keeps its seat at the edge of your mind like a watcher on a bench by the porter's door. If the clock can harness men so well in ordinary nights, what happens to that harness at the precise moment a true crisis collides with matins? Does the bell hold steady in your ear, or does another sound take its place? And would you know, without thinking, which one to obey? You learn the cost of being out of time not by hearing a lecture, but by feeling a small shift in your ordinary portion. The rule disciplines lightly but persistently, and because the hours are so exacting, the smallest late step echoes. If you miss your watch meaningfully, so that the man after you takes 2 watches in sequence, you may not be struck. You may instead lose a cup of wine at the evening portion, or find yourself placed nearer the door to feel the draught you should have spared your brother. A draught at night has a way of puncturing pride more surely than rebuke. If you whisper, when the great silence holds, you may be set at table the next day without the condiment others get. Each correction aligns with the fault without spectacle, and this is the genius of the house. It wastes no hours on anger. It simply adjusts the schedule around you until you feel how you broke its line. You also learn the privileges of exactness.
And they are not medals, they are forms of trust. The marshal sets you to trim the lamps before matins because you never let a wick mushroom into smoke. The porter nods when you approach in the night because you do not mistake a fox's cry for a signal. The stableman asks you to hold a halter while he checks a hoof because you do not fidget.
In a month, you find yourself placed halfway down the dormitory where the aisle narrows because you rise and dress in a way that will not block a man behind you. None of this earns a word of praise. The gladness is practical. You are useful.
At night, this is as much respect as this place needs to give.
The rule understands that hunger and wakefulness change tempers, and so it has built-in relief in certain seasons and certain days. On Sundays and high feasts, after the morning offices, the bread might be a touch thicker, the broth richer, with bone. During Lent, the rigor is deliberate, and the watch keeps a stricter line, sharpening the house in prayer. You feel the strain then, but you do not resent it as long as everyone bears it with you. The clock carries the group through those days, ticking with the same patience as in ordinary time. On the day after a campaign or a long ride, the marshal sometimes allows men to sleep a notch deeper between compline and matins, not by changing the bell, but by moving the tasks that usually fall between those hours to the day before or after. You learn to read kindness in these small arrangements more clearly than in words. Mealtimes are clocks of their own. You eat quickly, but not hurriedly. The rule compresses the exposure. It does not make gluttons. At table, a man reads, and if he reads poorly, the master corrects him later, not to shame, but so the next reading does not trip and spill over the hour's edge. During the great silence, even chewing sounds mark time. You are aware of them not with annoyance, but with gratitude, because they are reminders that bodies are being supported by the schedule. You learn to lay your morsel down when the bell sounds rather than steal one extra bite. The discipline is not the point, the harmony is. A house that stops together begins again together, and this makes all the difference in darkness when scattered motions become hazards. Punishments for larger faults are harsher, but still precise. If a man sleeps through the bell twice in a week without illness or permission, he might be made to stand the entire next night on lesser portions, not to destroy him, but to show his bones what they have asked of others. If he speaks in the chapel at the wrong time, he might kneel longer. If he causes a clatter in the night with a carelessly placed spear, he will move every spear in the rack the next day under the sergeant's eye until the motion is correct. None of this is theatrical. The rule mistrusts drama as wasted fire. It prefers the steady heat that bakes the bricks evenly. You are not being performed upon. You are being placed into a form that will hold when the mortar is wet and the wall needs to bear weight. The hours also educate the senses. After months of matins, you can tell whether a lamp is about to gutter by the particular throb of its light against stone. You know the difference between a mantle brushing a wall and a scabbard tapping a stair. You can measure how far away a voice is in the yard by the way it drags along the flagstones. These are not gifts you brought in from outside. They are skills the schedule taught you by presenting the same conditions over and over until your senses began to count without your
asking them to.
You do not see this as remarkable. You find it boring, and in the boredom you find calm. The clock's reach extends to the stable and the armory, and even to the latrines. A house in regular order produces regular waste, and if the latrine buckets are not emptied at the same hour, night after night. A smell will betray neglect even to a man asleep on straw. If the armory is not aired for a brief span after compline when the breeze from the sea shaves the damp, rust will accumulate in tight corners, and you will pay for that in the morning with extra oil and rag. If the oats are not measured at dusk, a hungry horse will stamp and wake the dormitory after matins, and you will curse the broken measure more than the animal. The rule does not write these details in ornate clauses. It lets the clock write them in you by consequence. You begin eventually to keep the hour not because a bell tells you to, but because your nose, your fingers, your ear, your stomach, and your horse's breathing request it. Then there are the journeys. The order moves people along roads and sea lane, in patterns that depend on the clock as much as the stars. When you ride, your day breaks itself into the same hours as at home, and your sleep does too. On the road, you are even more economical because bedding is thinner and uncertainty thicker. You nap against your saddle at sext, your head tipped forward, your fingers still looped around the rein. You do not seek shade for romance, you seek it for the horse. At night, you take turns at the periphery of the camp. The watch's segments shorten, and your sleep becomes even more divided, yet the skill you learned in the house returns to carry you. You sleep in ropes of an hour or two and slip back into awareness with that same practical indifference the house taught you. 'Tis not ease, it is competence. The rule pays attention to weather the way a farmer does. In the rainy season, matins may feel colder than prayer. You learn how to keep warmth without interfering with the schedule. The mantle doubled over, the hood drawn, the hands tucked into the sleeves across the chest. In heat, the sleeping hall throbs with breathing like a slow bellows, and you lay your blanket flat under you to put a layer between skin and straw. The bell sounds regardless. If lightning throws white across the chapel, you do not pretend not to notice. You learn to recite with thunder arriving like a large, patient rival, and you discover that when the outer noise is great, the inner rhythm becomes more precious, a chord you grasp rather than a tether you resent. Weather teaches the same lesson, as the rule that no comfort is guaranteed, but a pattern is, and patterns can be clung to. The clock requires care to remain trustworthy. The men who ring it are trained, and the training is dull in the dignified way good training always is. A boy counts drips from a water jar toward a notch on a candle. An older man checks how far the flame has eaten wax by lords. Over weeks, the candle is recut, the water jar refilled with the same measure. You might think such things below your concern, but in a small house each man ends up a partner to the device, keeping the bell's honesty by refusing to shave seconds in impatience or add them in laziness. If a bell is rung early because a man is hungry, everyone learns to be hungry a little longer, and the trust in the bell phrase. The rule is a moral instrument. The bell is its tongue. Men keep it from lying. What the hours save you from, above all, is improvisation made from fatigue. The state of being always tired, if not managed, produces strange decisions in men. Sudden generosity when discipline is needed, sudden cruelty when gentleness would have sufficed, sudden storytelling when silence is the point. The rule limits the spaces where those decisions can leak out. It gives you words to say at matins instead of thoughts to spill. It gives you the path from straw to aisle to chapel so you do not wander. It gives you the limited meal so you do not bargain with yourself for 2 bites more. You may feel at first that your self has been trimmed. In time, you see that much trimming removed the frayed ends, not the cord itself. Still, not all men thrive under the clock. Some bristle at the bell as if it were a personal critic. They sleep heavily and wake sullen. They press conversation against the edges of the great silence. They resent penalties, not because they are unjust, but because they are tiresomely consistent. The house has methods for such souls. It pairs them with calmer men. It loads them with minor duties that require exactness, such as oiling bows or smoothing straps, until the rhythm rubs them, quieter, or until they depart. You watch this not with relish, but with relief. You have discovered how much your own night depends on other men's quiet competence. You want the house populated by clocks in human form. In quieter months, when no rumors ride the road, and the sea sends only fishing boats, the clock becomes almost invisible. The bell blends into the fabric of the day, and you might imagine that sleep has returned to a gentler form. But then a messenger arrives at dusk, or a traveling brother carries news at prime, and the schedule tightens instantly. Men who are used to waking at matins are also used to waking twice in the night if need be. The readiness is not excited. It is simply there, like the belt on the peg and the lamp trimmed. This is the reward the rule claims. Not a clean conscience only, but a body trained to meet hours flexibly without falling into complaint or stupor. And yet, when you cradle your cup at vespers on a hot day and feel the little port of warmth tip past your lips, you cannot help but wonder, not unkindly, if the precise comfort of the bell were taken from you, if the clock vanished, if the sacristan slept, if the water jar cracked and the candle stuttered, would the house's trained bodies keep the hour anyway by a shared instinct? Or would the night stretch shapeless and steal the tautness that has become both your burden and your ease? You do not see the clock's full lesson until you meet a stretch of nights in which real sleep is not offered in generous pieces. It might be a week of storm when signals on the sea are unreadable and the watch has to be doubled, simply to prevent error. It might be the period after a tense encounter on the road when riders come and go at odd hours as messages cross. It might be a vigil season when piety adds its own demands to the house's ordinary economy. In these nights you notice that no one asks whether you are tired. The question has no useful answer. The rule expects it. The conversation is shifted to whether you are keeping the shape of your duties under strain, and the answer can always be either yes or no, and in that binary there is relief. You are measured against the schedule, not your feelings about it. Your body pays a price. The eyes redden at their corners. The skin under the belt feels the buckle more sharply. The mind, in idle hours, watches imagined lamps gutter that do not, and hears bells that have not yet rung. But the damage is less than it would be in a place without hours, because fatigue accrues differently when it knows precisely where to settle. You sleep between duties, not beyond them. You do not imagine a dawn that will not come. You lean into one you can name. When the bell calls matins, you rise not because you are refreshed, but because matins is the place your body falls toward at that time of night. The rule uses gravity more than force. You notice micro-sleeps, those brief, oddly square-edged moments, when the mind withdraws then returns as if it had nipped into a room to set something on a shelf, less frequently than you might in an undisciplined camp. When they do happen, they happen in safer places, seated with your back to a wall, kneeling in the chapel with your hands resting on your thighs, standing at a watch in the lee of a thickness of stone when no one will pass behind you and startle you into dropping whatever you carry. The house has placed you in a world designed to limit the harm of human limits. It is neither soft nor cruel. It is realistic. You also see what the hours do to fear. There are men who dread the time between compline and matins because the night feels big then, and the ear invents threats to fill it. But a house that rings matins teaches the ear to expect a known sound in the unknown. Sleep is easier in that space because the mind is not fed by a wide, unscheduled night. You lie down and accept that the span is finite. And even if the bell rings early because the watch has seen something uncertain, the early sound still reads as part of the pattern. Your heart rises, but it does not lurch into confusion. This is the victory the rule claims repeatedly, not conquering fear by loudly denying it, but domesticating it by putting it on a schedule. The clock shapes speech even after the great silence. In the morning, at chapter, men confess small faults on a cadence that follows the hours. First those who failed the night in ways that affected others, late watches, loud footsteps, forgotten lamps. Then those who failed themselves, fidgeting, resentment, long chewing. The master dispenses small penances like weights adjusted on a scale. To the man who let his strap clatter, the task of carrying straps to the rack and back until the motion is noiseless. To the man whose feet were slow to the bell, the duty of being first to the door until he can do it without pantomime. None of this is dramatic enough to impress a listener with a taste for tales. It is the slow sanding of a table until the grain lies flat and the hand that passes over it meets no splinters. The clock's reach into strategy is a quieter thing. When a garrison rotates watches across a week, the pattern is fixed according to the hours, and you can predict 2 days ahead who will be on which wall at which moment. That predictability would look like a vulnerability to an enemy who imagines he can exploit a gap. But the rule includes the habit of occasional disruption. A watch is moved by 1 hour randomly on certain nights. A sergeant quietly swaps 2 men's stations without changing the schedule's public shape. Within a rigid frame, small, deliberate irregularities keep the house from becoming a machine that can be gamed. The bell still rings, the bodies still move, the pattern on the inside changes enough to keep you awake to your work. Sleep, in such a scheme, remains attached to readiness, not complacency. You learn the cost of the clock in men who cannot bend under it. There is the brother who speaks just before compline every night, as if he cannot let go of daytime. There is the one who dreads matins and grows pale at vespers in anticipation. There is the man whose feet are always slow, not from laziness but from a mind that lingers behind. Sometimes the rule's steady hands flatten such edges, sometimes they do not. Those who cannot live by the hours leave or are sent away to places where time has more give. You find yourself not judging them but more fully committed to the discipline that makes your sleep possible. Their failure is a mirror that shows you what returns when the bell's authority fades, not freedom, but drift. The rule requires leaders who do not exhaust the house by ringing the bell too often. A master who calls for watches without cause, who treats every rumor as a trumpet, ruins trust in the clock. You have lived under such a man, perhaps, and you remember how sleep became fractured beyond use and how men stumbled in daylight drills. A better master uses the clock with restraint, calling for alertness when there is reason and for patience when anxiety would otherwise chew the night. This is an art and a temperamental achievement. It is also a stewardship of men's rest. Your respect for such leadership is practical. You sleep better under it. You fight better after it. You also learn that the clock is shared across houses, not just within them. When you travel from one preceptory to another, the hours move you as predictably as roads. You can step into another dormitory and find the lamps in the same places, the belts hung the same way, the hour of matins familiar enough that your body accepts it the first night. This network of habit is what allows men to be transferred or combined without the usual chaos that attends merging groups. Sleep survives such transfers because sleep is not a private accomplishment here. It is a communal format. Once learned, it can be exported, and it is received without argument, because all prefer a known harness to the grating chafe of hurried improvisation. After enough years, the bell becomes less necessary to you personally. You wake before it sometimes, your mind ticked forward by the same interval it has kept for seasons. You do not move ahead of the house, you wait for it. But the waiting is easy because your body has already turned toward standing. On those mornings, you experience a strange gratitude for the rule's insistence on repetition. It has not diminished you, it has clarified you. You are not a man who sleeps when he wishes and wakes because he must. You are a man whose rest and wakefulness are tethered to something larger than whim, and that tether holds you steady in parts of your life where no bell can reach. When the bell falters, as it must sometimes, you see whether the discipline lives only in the metal and rope or whether it has entered the flesh. On a night when the sacristan is ill and the water jar reads falsely, the bell comes late. Yet you wake on time because you have been marking that moment inwardly for years. You rise. 2 others rise with you. The chapel fills because one man living by the inward hour looks like confidence to others. The house acts as if the bell had rung, and by acting so, it demonstrates what the clock was always for: to teach men to keep time together even when the external device stumbles. You go to matins, and afterward the sacristan is tended, the jar reset, the candle recut. The house repairs its machine. In the interval, the machine's function was taken up by trained bodies. The rule smiles if a rule can smile. You come to the end of a long period of nights divided by duty, and you realize that the clock has taught you to be calm under broken sleep. This is not stamina only, it is a particular peace, not the peace
of oblivion, but the peace of a craftsman whose hands know what to do without much chatter from the head. Sleep comes when it is given, and when it is not given, you do not reach for it in a way that endangers your readiness.
You begin to exhibit a quiet that others rely upon. If you nod in the chapel for a heartbeat, you recover without drama. If you stand in the watch and a thought wanders, your feet stay where they must be. You find, to your surprise, that this equanimity outlasts your years in the house. It follows you even when your life's bell is not rung by a sacristan. You keep your own hours. In the end, you know what the clock has purchased, and you know its cost. It has bought a house of men, ready to meet night tasks without clamor and to sleep in rationed measures without resentment. It has cost you some softness, some spontaneity, and the romance of long dream-filled stretches. You do not remember your dreams much now. You remember the way a lamp wick looks when it is right, the way a bell sounds when rung by a steady hand, the way a horse breathes when his oats were measured correctly the night before. These are perhaps boring trophies. They also describe a kind of resilience that elaborate tales overlook. You can meet a long night and not be undone by it. You can wake without anger. You can sleep without anxiety. You carry this with you as a kind of armor more useful than any mail shirt in many rooms. And so you find yourself at the edge of a night when the house's clock has been tested by weather and news, asking a final, almost private question that the rule has brought you to but cannot answer for you. Now that the hours live in your body, if you woke one day in a world where no bell marked matins and no brother kept the watch beside you, would you keep the inner hour for its own sake, or would you let it drift because no one else was counting with you? You begin the night in the only part of a fortress that never pretends to be asleep. The stables. You do not enter as a visitor, but as someone already wrapped in the smell of hay and leather, oil and warm breath. The rhythm at the doorway is its own kind of bell. Even if the chapel were silent, even if the dormitory were completely still, you would know the hour by the way hooves shift on straw, by the way a horse sighs after finishing a portion of oats, measured in the afternoon. Your steps on the packed earth do not echo. Sound is swallowed here because there is so much softness. Bedding, mains, the muffled knock of a bucket set down on its rim. You learn what the night asks from this space, not heroics, but care, as faithful and repetitive as any prayer. You move first along the mangers, not to coo or speak, but to count, and you count by touch more than by sight. You lay the flat of your hand over the beam and run it along in a slow sweep, feeling for the damp patch where a horse has pushed his nose too enthusiastically, the stray oat fallen where it should not be, the roughness of a splinter that will catch the next muzzle and need repairing before it draws blood. At each stall you pause, and the horse inside knows you well enough not to startle. You make yourself known with a breath and a hand on the shoulder, the same hand, the same spot, as always. You do not pet as a courtier pets. You anchor a creature to a pattern that will keep him calm. In moments, your own sleep must be broken. Your fingers find the ridge of bone down the face, the soft spot under the forelock, the place at the withers where a scratch will get a grateful tilt of the head. Water matters more than sentiment at night. You step to the buckets and check not just fullness but warmth. In the cold months, water steals heat from a body more quickly than the stableman's blanket can give it back, and a horse that drinks deep from chilled water will wake stiff and sour. You dip your fingers, and the skin tells you what the eye cannot. If it is too cold, you pour a portion and replace it from a cask kept near the hearth where embers are banked. The water there is not hot, but it is not biting either. You do not refill to the brim. A horse will drink his measure, and you will return to add more if needed. In this way, you ration without seeming to ration, ensuring no animal goes thirsty because another was given too much too soon. Feed is not romance either. Oats are wealth, heavier than coins in this house, and every scoop is a promise that you will be ready tomorrow. The stable's store is counted in the daylight by a clerk with a wax tablet, but the night keeps its own list by habit. You look at the basket of measure and know by the angle at which it leans against the bin whether it has been used too generously at dusk. You smell must if the lower oats have sat too long. You picture the granary and the sacks stacked on. Pallet so damp does not travel up from stone into grain, and you recall whose job it was to shift the bottom sacks to the top this week so nothing spoils unnoticed. Rats are always present in this story. You admit them. You never welcome them. Traps of simple design wait where you know their paths run, and a boy checks each in the morning with a pinch of pride when they add up. If the numbers become unkind, the cats in the courtyard are fed a little less and invited to work. Grooming at night is not about shine, it is about skin. A rubbing cloth catches loose hair, and you run the brush in long strokes that reveal more than they polish. Your hand comes away with the grit of a day's dust, and beneath that you feel the small heat of a rub where tack pinched, or the tender spot at a fetlock that could be the beginning of trouble. You tuck these notes into your mind and into the house's quiet record, telling the farrier in the morning with a gesture rather than a speech. Colic is a word everyone here fears. You do not tempt it. If a nervous animal has eaten too fast in the afternoon, you do not heap his manger at night. You make him walk a little, a quiet loop inside the stable yard, your hand at his halter, your feet keeping the measured pace he knows. The night becomes a hallway where 1,000 small preventions happen, and almost none are worth telling as stories. Shoes are the farrier's kingdom, but you do the reconnaissance. You lift each front hoof, then the hinds, steadying with a shoulder, catching the smell of earth and iron and old straw that clings, and you look for the uneven line, the nail that sits too proud, the slight flake that hints at thrush. A pick clears packed dirt, and the small stones that find their way into the frog's fork and wedge discomfort into gate. You never pick carelessly. A slip cuts. A cut sours a day. If you find a shoe loose, you do not put hammer to nail at night. You wrap with a strip of cloth and twine, mark the door with a piece of chalk the farrier will read like a message at dawn, and you adjust your morning plan to bring that animal forward before the rest. This is how the night writes. In margins the day will read. Leather sleeps better with oil. In a side room, you keep tack in ranks as carefully as any spears in a rack. Saddles on pegs, girths looped in tidy circles, bridles hung so reins do not tangle and bits do not clatter against each other in a way that will weaken them. You run a hand along straps as you pass, not to caress, but to gather information. A drying edge means a pot of oil and a cloth. The cloth carries scars of previous nights, dark lines of oil and sweat, and your fingers come away with a familiar stain. You work the oil into the leather the way a baker works water into flour, not hurriedly, not theatrically, but with a method that ensures corners are reached and buckles turned so the lower side is not forgotten. Stitching receives your eye. A frayed thread is not a catastrophe at night, but it is a small, certain future catastrophe if left. You set aside 2 straps for repair, and you place a wooden peg through the hole where they hang as a signal to yourself that tonight you did not simply admire neatness, but guarded function. Grain and hay live in a different dark. You visit the granary because the night belongs to it too. The door opens to a smell that is almost sweet if you did not know what sweetness means when it turns to rot. You test the air, seeking the sour note that tells you a sack split somewhere. You cannot see. Sacks sit on wood so they do not drink stone, and they are shifted on a schedule as strict as any watch. You sweep, not with the hope of tidiness, but with the knowledge that stray grain is a mouse's invitation. You note the tally marks from the day on a board, and you add your own mark if a bucket of oats moved at night for a sick or anxious mount. You consider the fodder for other animals, mules that carry more than horses, donkeys that outlast both when roads punish. Their feed is the shoulder that keeps the house's spine aligned, so you count those measures with the same attention. You give to the chargers bread for show of force. Salt lives in blocks or in coarse grains in a barrel, and your hand knows how much should be left. Animals lick what bodies require, and they require more in heat, less in cold. You know the rhythm and can feel when it is out of step. If too much is gone, a boy has been generous. If too little, you will see it in the dullness of a coat. You adjust. Logistics sounds grand when whispered in councils, but here it is simply the sum of all these adjusted handfuls: salt, grain, water, oil, patience. You learn the men who move them. The quartermaster rarely raises his voice. He counts in his head when others are speaking, and writes his numbers where only he will need to read them. He is not praised because praise is for stories, and numbers are not stories. They are the shape of the house's breath. The night touches the road too. You stand in the stable doorway and picture the chain that links your scoop of oats to places that do not smell like this room at all. Estates inland and across the sea plant, harvest, thresh, bag, cart, ferry, unload, cart again. Also, you can pour grain into a manger on a particular night, so a particular horse will rise without stiffness and carry you tomorrow. A ship was loaded with sacks you will never see. A cooper made barrels for water that will not sour as quickly. A teamster counted the turns between stops so oxen were not ruined for one day's haste. None of them will be sung about in the yard, but their labor keeps your lamp from becoming a candle stub guttering in an empty room. You cross to the corner where the farrier has his tools because even when he sleeps, his anvil keeps a promise. You pick up a rasp and set it down again, not to handle it like a toy, but to remind yourself that the shape of a hoof is a problem you and he solve together, one trimming at a time, so that when the road is bad, you do not pay with a stumble. That becomes a fall, that becomes an injury that rips a day in half. The farrier's corner smells of iron and burned horn. A forge does not burn at night. It waits. The waiting is as important as any stroke of the hammer. Tools are stacked where they can be reached in light or gloom. Nails in small boxes of divided wood so you can lift the right gauge by feel. You never pour them into a pile. Chaos in the dark is expensive. You think of disease as a rival that never sleeps. Mange glanders, the creeping sours that follow damp and dirt. You fight them with brushes and sunlight and the particular discipline of not cutting corners when you are tired.
A lantern makes shadows behave strangely on a horse's flank, but you know to look at the hare's lie, at the small eruption that could be nothing or the first sign of a week's trouble. You file the observation for the daylight when I will confirm. You trust yourself in this. The night does not allow you to be dramatic.
It asks for gentleness that is by now something like a reflex. From the stable you move to where the packs are kept, because horses are not only ridden, they carry your camp on their backs in pieces. Straps have a habit of hiding their weaknesses until a burden is on them, so the night is when you pull them longer than you need to, stretching, listening for the grain to speak by breaking. A quiet crack in the night spares you 10 in the day. You feel the twine that holds bundles. You find the one that is too thin and replace it. You coil rope properly, not into a showy snake, but into a flat circle that will pay out without knots. The way rope is put away at night becomes the reason rope behaves when your hands are numb in the rain. Somewhere near the granary is the smokehouse, and while it may not smoke at night, you visit it in your mind the way you do the forge. Salted, meat hangs in its time and the house will lean on it when the market does not oblige. Barrels wait for brine, a pickle you tend by taste as much as by measure. If you do not mind such things, no one else will. Impatience is contagious. A butcher knows how thick to slice, how to layer, how to judge a day's air. You prefer to keep your fingers in this discipline even if your place is not inside the smoke's eye. People will be fed at dawn because someone thought about it in the dark. You return to the horses once more before you leave them to their own breath. You have a small ritual of checking the stable door latch and the bar that falls into its sockets. You test it, not with a bang, but with a pressure that tells your hands whether wood has warped in the salt air since afternoon. The door tells you a story in its creak, a story you can hear the chapters of now that you have lived with it long enough to know when a new squeak is an unfamiliar sentence. You listen the way you listen to the bell. The door is a kind of bell at night too, one that rings for only you. It tells you what is inside and what, with a latch clicked home, will stay there until dawn. The night is not over because one room is quiet. You walk back across the yard, and the stone underfoot keeps your steps measured, a series of small decisions that will never be recorded and do not need to be. The tools are in their places, the straps hung, the oats counted, the water corrected, the salt considered, the leather fed, the rope coiled, the door latched. You are not ready because you are brave. You are ready because you have become the sort of person who looks at 100 little things when it is dark. You carry this with you not like a story, but like a weight you barely feel, because you have carried it every night for months. As you pass back toward the dormitory, your eye falls on the wheel lean-to where a cart waits with a broken spoke, a job for daylight, and a calm hand with a shave. You let the picture settle in your mind so that when the morning assigns tasks, you will be one step closer to completion, simply because you have already imagined the repair. This is the gift the night gives to logistics, the chance to make daylight shorter by moving pieces in darkness. You will sleep after this, but not deeply. No one does. You will sleep with the rope coil and the salt measure and the weight of a bucket still in your hands, and the sleep will be enough. And then a question takes its place at the edge of your thoughts, quiet but insistent as a horse's breath after a long drink. If the granary door stuck, if a shoe tore free on the first sharp mile, if a sudden need pressed 20 more mouths and hooves upon your measured stores, would the habits of this night bend far enough to keep the machine running? Or would a single, overlooked smallness, shaken free by surprise, reveal how much your readiness depends
On things you take for granted in the dark.
You move from the stables to the rooms where iron rests because leather and grain alone will not carry you through a long night or a longer campaign. The armory has its own smell, a dry fullness, like old rain on stone mixed with oil, and the faint, metallic whisper that lingers even when everything is still. It does not sleep, it waits. You enter in the night because this is when you can touch things without the pressure of a line forming at the door or a sergeant barking for speed. This is the hour for the mundane attentions that turn a heap of equipment into a promise. Mail is the first problem you take in hand, not because it is glamorous, but because it is honest. A hauberk hung on its peg seems to be one object, but you know it as a community of rings, each with its duty, each capable of failure if neglected. You pick up a small toolkit, a pouch with spare rings cut to the right size, a pair of small pliers, a tiny punch, a sliver of iron to serve as a mandrel. You sit with a hauberk draped over your knees and trace a finger along the rows, feeling for the gap that a glare of lamp might not reveal. Your fingertip catches the snag, your eye follows. You replace one ring, then another, fitting the open ring through 4 intact neighbors and closing it so the joint meets cleanly. Riveted rings belong where riveted rings were, butted rings, where they were used for less stressed sections. You do not mix so casually that a man's life depends on a moment's laziness. If a rivet head sits proud, you file it down a whisper. You do not polish for show, you smooth for function. Mail mending is a dialogue, you and 1,000 small decisions one after the other, until your shoulders ache from the rest and your hands smell of iron and linseed. Padding is the tamed beast that mail relies upon. Gambesons lie folded on a shelf, each with the familiar geometry of seams crisscrossing its face, quilted lengths that stiffen a blow before the rings must carry it. You run your fingers along a seam and feel the slight pow of a weak stitch stretched by sweat and movement. You take needle and heavy thread, wax the thread so it does not fray, and push through layers that resist politely, but not enough to hurt you. The wax makes a soft smudge on your fingers. You tie off with a square knot you can undo if needed, because repairs need the humility of future adjustments. You hang the gambeson again and place it so the same shoulders will find it tomorrow in the place they always find it. Confusion in the dawn wastes the work of the night. The armory's table holds helms, some with simple nasal guards, others with fuller faces. You flip each onto its crown and check the lining. Sweat salt stiffens cloth until it becomes a rasp, unless you beat it loose. You do with a slow tapping rhythm, holding the rim with your knees so it does not skitter on the table. You sniff at the leather straps that hold the liner to the shell. Sour is fine, rotten is not. You rub a little oil into dryness and replace one strap that has cracked near a stress hole. The rivets that attach crest mounts to helms must sit tight. You tap a few that seem loose with a hammer and a backing iron, the sound contained and dull at this hour. A helm that rings when struck under the strike of the sun should not ring at night. The armory always has a hush, and you honor it. Weapons have their own weary conversation with the dark. Swords are oiled, yes, but you do not. Bathe them as if they were idols. A lint cloth rubs away the faint print of a hand left unwisely on steel in the day. You slide a whetstone at a shallow angle to refresh an edge dulled by practice, always finishing with a few lighter strokes to lay down a regular scratch pattern that will bite along its full length when it matters. You check the peen at the pommel where the tang was hammered over, and if it stands too proud, you dress it. You look for the dark hairline that could be a crack at the shoulder. If you find one, you do not gamble that perhaps it will hold. You consign that blade to the smith's morning bench and make a note in a brain that has become, over months, a ledger you trust more than ink. Crossbows in some houses lie ranged, their staves and prods kept as carefully as any horse. Bowstrings idle in waxed pouches. You know how to twist and unstring without creasing a stave that has earned your respect through a season of holding. You rub wax into a string, feeling the way the fibers drink it like dry earth in spring. You test the tiller's nut, making sure it sits and spins without bite that will seize under stress. The quarrels are bundled, fletched by hands that count the angle of feathers by habit. You run a finger along a shaft and feel for tiny snags that will turn an arrow from true more surely than a gust of wind. You straighten one by warming and bending, not too much, not too fast, and you set it aside to cool. If your house prefers boughs of yew in the hand, you visit them not to change their nature at night, but to check the bindings and the state of the horn knocks. The bowyer's bench, like the farrier's anvil, becomes a companion simply by being itself in this room. Leather is as present here as in the stable. Scabbards dry and crack if ignored. Straps that hold a pauldron sit nearest to motors that wear them. You go through the armouring harness, couters and polins, greaves with their buckles, gauntlets with their fingertips, some steel, some leather-backed. You test a glove seam with a tug and imagine, for a second, the hand inside, and this makes you more exacting than any rule written in a chapter house. You add a lace to a gauntlet cuff where an old lace has thinned to a hair. You set a pair aside and mark them with a strip of cloth tied in a particular knot that tells the morning what you decided in the night. Replaced. The store beyond the armory is the house's memory. Pitch and resin live here, wax and tallow, rope and linen, spare rivets, spare buckles, spare needles in a small roll, spools of thread, charcoal, a pot for glue made of hide and hoof, a sack of small iron nails, a box of brads. Each has its place, and the places have a logic born of experience. What you will need in a hurry is kept near the door. What you may need in quantity is stored furthest so you are forced to plan. You take an inventory not with a flourish, but with the slow, thorough attention of someone who understands how supplies run like water through a house with this many mouths and hands. You count rivets by the feel of a pinch. You balance a coil of rope in your hand and know whether it is half spent. You hold a lump of wax and can tell it is last year's by its dryness. You put the old in front of the new, the dull in front
of the bright. And by doing so, you keep the house from eating its seed. You visit a side store where cloth lives. Line, canvas, sacking for packs, linen for shirts, rough wool for mantles. You feel the weave and the weight. In the day, a quartermaster
will apportion, and men will grumble or not according to their temper. But the night is where you decide it will still be possible to give. You keep cloth rolled, not folded, to prevent shade lines that become weak lines. You wrap bolts against damp with care that is far from delicate, but exact in its way. In a chest, live dyes and mordants, small amounts, the trade's secret lifeblood. You do not touch them at night, you note the level. The cloth that patches a gambeson must come from somewhere, and that somewhere shrinks like a candle if you do not watch. The kitchen is logistics too, and at this hour you stand in its doorway and let your eye range. The hearth is an animal that eats wood and returns heat. Embers are banked under ash, to carry through to dawn. If they are too thin, someone will spend the coldest hour coaxing a sulk into flame. You push a few coals together and add a finger's width more ash to keep them from burning too eager. A pot is cleaned and inverted on a shelf, and you check that a clean cloth covers the bread from the afternoon, because mice do not honor the great silence, and the loaf must not be nibbled before it is counted. The knives hang where hands find them without looking, and you make sure nothing has migrated into a place where, in haste, a man would cut himself. You look at the cask of wine, leaning slightly to work the tap, and you measure with an eye the level so you are not surprised. At dusk by an empty barrel that someone assumed was infinite. Nothing is infinite here. Not water, not patience, not salt, not steel. You step outside again and look at the cart. Wheels are what carry this whole machine beyond its walls when it must move. A cracked fellows is a day stolen. A lost pin is a chain of cursing that solves nothing. A wheelwright's tools wait near. The lean-to, traveller, spokeshave, auger, mallet, wedges. You do not wield them at night unless there is crisis, but you look to see that everything is where it should be. A pin lay dropped in the dirt today. You find it and set it in a small pot so the morning does not discover it with a bare foot. It would be comic if not so common. The night catches such things and puts them back into the pattern before the day has the chance to trip. The store that smells least tidy is where hides are kept and leather cured. It is never far from the armory because straps bind iron to meat. You check the buckets where hides soak in liquor made by a tanner's art, a brew of old urine and water that offends until you remember what it yields. Pliant, resilient leather that will pass the pull of your hand at a buckle for months before asking for oil again. You stir one vat with a stick and cover it tightly. The cover matters. Without it, the night would gift you with flies that become a day's curse. You think of gloves and girths and scabbards, and the agreeable sigh of a strap that bends without, cracking after months of sweat. Logistics is the memory of such satisfactions and their methods. The ledger, if you keep one, is not just a book. It is a habit of mind. You write. Today we use this much oil, this many rivets, this coil of rope halved, this many arrows refletched. This number of stones mended in the wall with lime prepared on a day that did not rain. But even if ink and parchment are scarce, you compute inwardly. A quartermaster carries numbers like other men carry knives. He does not flourish them. He uses them to cut tasks to fit hours. You place a mark for the 2 gambesons mended and the 3 hauberks that need more work. You remember the spoke, the pin, the shoe, the strap set aside, the helm with the replaced liner strap. You sleep with these items as roommates. You do not mind. In the morning, no one will ask about your dreams. They will ask about your list. Some nights the port calls you. A coastal house lives by arrivals that come early or late. In the dark, a boat bumps a quay with a crate that holds wax you do not yet need, salt you will always need, resin that will seal as well as burn if the wall must be slicked with something to turn a ladder. Porters lift not elegantly, but with practiced economy that keeps backs unbroken. You watch them set down where you have cleared space. You chalk the crate, a number, and a brief note. The crate belongs to the morning now, but you have ensured it will not be an anonymous wait. If the sea sends gifts or demands, the night meets them without a sigh. Arrows are both weapon and commodity. The Fletcher's corner holds feathers, and glue and small knives that nip away at imprecise edges. You do not fletch at night unless you must. You align what was left in confusion, put feathers back into bundles of 3, sort shafts by length, not perfectionists' categories, but practical ones, straight enough, straight with warming, straight only for practice. The last category will save better shafts when the day calls for dozens in minutes. You place the bundles where the hand will know them by touch. The skin at your fingertips has learned the measurement of inches by habit. If you close your eyes, you can find what you need. When you leave the armory, you do not feel the surge of accomplishment that a tale would award you. You feel quiet. Iron has been made less likely to betray you. Leather has been taught to remain kind. Rope has been coiled into a future that will not shame you. Numbers have been tucked away. A pin will not pierce a heel. A jar will not prove empty at the wrong hour. A spear will leap into a hand without a rattle. You do not regard these as noble acts. They are acts that protect other men's sleep and your own. They are the way a house convinces itself it can walk into daylight with its head level. On your way back, you pause near the lime pit because wolves also eat at night. Lime slakes underboards, and someone has marked tomorrow's repair with a charred line on a stone where a corner flaked. The mark is enough. No speech needed. A basket of tools leans against the wall. Trowel, hammer, chisel, cord. You note that the cord is frayed where it loops the handle. You tie a knot, a temporary, and your hand tells you the morning will need a new length. You imagine the motion, the arm lifted, the trowel flicking, the mortar sticking, the stone accepting. In imagining, you have already done the first work of the repair. Logistics is also rehearsal. If anyone tells you logistics is dull, you do not contradict to them. You agree, and you add that dullness is why it works. Dullness is repetition without vanity. It is oil where noise might otherwise live. The men sleep because the armory's night hands calmed the fidget in a dozen objects. When you lie down, you are not seduced by oblivion. You are permitted to have it because you arranged the world so it would ask nothing from you for a few hours. The great silence extends into your own bones. You have learned its grammar. And in that quiet, even as your body begs for sleep, you hold one last thought up to the light inside your skull, as if it were an edge you are testing on a whetstone. If a day came when too many crates arrived late, too many spokes split, too many rings snapped, too many oats went musty, too many straps parted under strain, Could the house's habit of exactness stretch enough to keep faith with its promises, or would your careful night prove that you built readiness on a shelf too thin for a true weight? The proof of all this quiet labor
arrives when the house must move.
you are called not by panic, but by a simple rearrangement. Posted after chapter, duties assigned with a dry calm that tells you this is not the first time a garrison has stepped out in the dark before dawn. You stand at the edge of the stable as the night cools toward morning, and watch as all the small systems you have tended assemble themselves into a march. Horses are watered in order, not all at once, not line by line, but by a sequence that prevents a surge at the trough and a jumble at the door. Those that will carry heavy loads drink first, then those that will carry men whose names have been called for the van, then remounts, that will be led. The stableman speaks without speaking, his hand gestures, pulling animals into places they know. The buckets you tested at midnight now circle because of that testing. There is enough to slake where thirst threatens discipline. Oats are provided, not heaped. A small portion now buys you a steadier gait later. Manes are combed only where tangles will catch against a strap and cost seconds in saddling. No ribbon, no flourish, a nudge to function. Saddles come down from pegs and settle on backs with the same sure sound they always make, the rustle of leather, the exhale of a horse. That knows what this weight means. The armory's labor answers here as well. Hauberks are donned without rings snagging. Buckles find holes at the notch you adjusted, and no one stalls the line by struggling with a too tight strap. Helm linings, secured in the night, sit on heads that tilt and settle with the sigh of fit. The weapons are lifted and placed, scabbards riding where they will not knock knuckles raw. Crossbows are spanned with a smooth, uncomplaining action that tells you the nut will not mischief you later. Quivers are filled with bundles whose fletchings you sorted for reach and strength. Hands move faster because you moved slowly last night on their behalf. The baggage train appears, and the word baggage feels inadequate to describe the small city of things that must follow you to keep men fed, watered, mended, and armed. Mules step forward, ears flicking, ready to accept loads they were measured for by experience. Packs are lashed in the order the road will demand. Smith's tools where they can be reached when the first shoe goes, spare straps where the first strap will fray. Sacks of oats where a hand can dig a scoop without spilling half in the road. The chest of medicaments in a spot where the man who knows them can reach them without playing a guessing game. Nothing is buried under something you will need sooner. This is not genius. It is discipline. March order reads like a liturgy. Scouts first with light kit. The van next, then the main body. The baggage in the belly. The rear guard with eyes behind while the front looks forward. You know where you stand in this river. The house had a dozen reasons for placing you where it did. Your horse's temper, your speed with a buckle, your habit of knowing where a thing is at a touch, your willingness to hold quiet when a rumor blows like a wind through ranks. You accept your place because acceptance is part of what made these nights accrue into competence. You have learned not only how to sleep, you have learned how to be awake without wasting anyone's energy. You step through the gate with others and feel the shift. Inside the wall, the patterns are carved. Outside, the road writes a new one, helped by the old. The first mile is always the test. A stone finds a hoof. A strap shifts. A man in the rear coughs a cough that means more than dust. A wagon rumbles and begins to sing a tune you do not like because it is the tune of a pin working loose. You send someone forward and catch it before it becomes a wheel rattling free. The farrier moves as if he had read this morning's page last night. His tools are where he reaches for them without looking. He taps a nail, a sure sound. He ties with twine to hold what cannot be fixed fully without the forge. The cart moves again. The tune has changed to a pleasant, dull roll. Men smile unseen at each other because a problem was solved without drama. This is the road's complement to your night work. At noon, when the midday heat presses in the season that demands it, you make a choice born of your ledger and your fingers in barrels. You water lightly where water must last. You feed with the smaller scoop that irritates the impatient but pleases the animals in the long run because they walk without a belly slosh that sours their mood and dulls their step. Men get their rations in a line that has been practiced, even if none of these men stood in this field before. A cloth spreads for bread, a bucket for ladling out broth if you carry it, a pouch for distributing a pinch of salt. The silence is not the chapel's silence, but it is not chatter either. Mouths are too busy. Time is short by design. A sun mark on a stone stands for a bell. You move when you must. On the 3rd mile after noon, a shoe comes off. Of course it does, because you are not writing a glamorous song but a true account. The farrier does not curse. He has a measure of nails taken from stores the night before, and he carries a shoe shaped close enough to fit. He cleans the hoof, shapes with his rasp, nails in a smooth rhythm, checks for pinched white line, taps. The clinch is down. He does not waste motion. You hear men behind you shift, settle, wait without complaint. You are moving again before a tale teller would have wrung a lesson from the delay. The lesson exists whether anyone speaks it or not. Readiness is quiet because it has rehearsed. On some roads, remounts are rotated. The schedule is kept with a dry disinterest in men's preferences. A list lives in someone's head, yours. Perhaps assigning who swaps to which horse at which mile so neither the animal nor the man is ruined. A squire stands ready with reins, handing up and taking down with the efficiency of a craftsman who understands that his job is to erase friction. You oversee that work like a conductor of a slow symphony, only a glance, a nod, an eyebrow. If an animal limps, you cut him out, not as a scandal, but for the same reason you replace a strap at night. You have no interest in brave failures that become expensive. When the road brings you to a ford or a ferry, the logistics you handled in still rooms become the difference between chaos and passage. You line up loads so the heavy pieces cross in the middle where the footing is better. You reassure a horse with a hand to the neck and a low sound, not because you are tender-hearted here, but because panic introduces problems that prefer mathematics. On the far bank, you check buckles because water does what time does, loosens quietly. You pour a little grain into a palm and let a horse chew the water's fright out of his jaw. These are not noble acts. They are borrowed tools, old as roads. Sometimes the march ends at dusk with tents going up. Sometimes it ends with you re-entering a different wall, another house's courtyard, another stable with its own smell of hay and iron. The logistics are portable because you trained them to be. You hang tack the same way you hung it at home. You check buckets the same way. You roll rope into circles as familiar to your hand as your own belt. The other house accepts you because your way is their way. This is how an order spans sea and sand, by making the dull noble through insistence. You sleep that night in a different straw, but your body recognizes the hour and the posture, and you go under without quarrel. You climb the steps to the wall and discover that height brings with it a new kind of insomnia. The stones themselves have a way of refusing your sleep. They radiate the day's heat in summer and the night's collected cold in winter, and both insist on being noticed. Here, at Saft or at Acre, names that taste of lime and ash, you encounter a regularity more demanding than the dormitory's quiet. Shifts marked by what the eye can see, what the ear can hear, and what the breath can carry. The wall has its own clock, and it is set by the enemy as much as by the bell. At Saft, the hill rises beneath you, making ladders, if they come, steeper than men prefer. At Acre, the sea presses in, offering rescue and peril in the same line of horizon. You walk the parapet, hand sliding along the inside wall where it is worn smooth by hands not unlike yours. The merlons cast shadows that move like a comb through hair when the moon is out. You know the notches, the crenels where a bow will sit, the places where a pavis, a tall, movable shield, can be propped to create a temporary pocket of cover while a man catches breath or string. Mantelets hang where men can lift them into place quickly to block a sudden hail, their rope wound and unwound so many times that it holds the memory of the motion like a spring. The watch rotations are not only about numbers, they are about attention. You stand 2 men to a section, sometimes 3, with a sergeant who walks not to scold but to listen to the listening. Watchwords are passed along in low voices at intervals, the chosen word for the night, a test that ensures the man who approaches belongs. Signals are agreed upon with lanterns, 1, 2, 3 quick cover and uncover motions to say all's well, a steady cover to say, I see movement, a raised arm to call for the officer without making a sound that would carry beyond the wall. The die gate is a different universe, under its own law, under the porter's keys. Up here, your universe is line of sight, line of hearing, line of smell. You think you do not smell an enemy, until one night you smell men when the wind brings their cooking from beyond a rise, and that becomes part of your nightly anatomy of the air. Below and behind, arrow supply is stacked in chests near the parapet. To shorten panic, the chests have lids that open without squeal because someone rubbed wax into hinges, and you do not have to remember when that happened to be grateful for it now. Arrows lie in bundles wrapped in cloth so fletchings do not crush. A barrel of sand waits to smother a fire. Tons of water sit within shoulder's reach, even if it means the men who carried them cursed the last step. A basket with stones for slings rests in a corner, humble next to the iron but persistent in usefulness. Caltrops in a sack seem like toys until you imagine them scattered in a throat you might have to abandon under pressure. You cannot sleep because you stand on a place that was designed to keep other people from sleeping. Across the distance, whether close or far, another camp sets its own hours and you learn them by heart. At dawn, a cooking smoke rises in a line. At mid-morning, it thickens. At afternoon, a lull. At dusk, a bustle as men begin the little preparations that turn into the big ones later. Cutting of poles that might become ladders, the gathering of brush that might become a fascine for filling a ditch. You are watching men perform logistics under a different sky, and your own night patterns grow teeth watching theirs. You hold your breath when you see torches start to move not toward the walls but lengthwise along the encampment, a sign of someone inspecting rather than attacking. The watch is shoulders and hips as much as eyes. You do not stand rigid for hours. You fold and unfold and bend at the waist to peer through a crenel and squat to rest your knees when the sergeant permits. Your hands chill in certain winds. You tuck them under your arms for seconds at a time. You swap places with your partner at intervals so one man does not always hold the poor vantage with the draft that makes eyes water. The wall is not an even place. It bows and bulges. It narrows at the corner turret, widens at a platform where a small stone engine rests, mangonel or spring-oared, whichever the house could afford and maintain. The men who serve it sleep nearby on mats, their hands smelling of twisted skein and worked wood. Sound is your god here. Drumming hooves on hard ground carry, but you learn the difference between a patrol within your lines and a movement beyond. You learn the peculiar, toneless humming of many men speaking low at once, the sound that is like a beehive. If you hear it suddenly when the air has been empty, you take notice, even if nothing else has changed. You hear a hammer once, twice, thrice, and you count the interval between strikes, feeling for the signature of construction, not casual tinkering. You hear water in a ditch and realize someone is diverting it. The wall turns you into an instrument, and you discover that your hearing is part of the city's defense as surely as its stones. The great silence does not hold here in the same way it holds in the dormitory. Speech is permitted, but only the speech the wall authorizes. You do not tell stories. You do not quibble. You pass information in handfuls. A torch, a sound, a smell, a passer, a pattern that deviates. Below, a runner goes from tower to tower. At a measured pace, their feet are second-hand, carrying the same phrases to each station so that no one imagines they have been forgotten. Worry, in an ordinary place, would gnaw the night. Here it is metabolized by this constant, quiet exchange of small truths. The worry remains, but it is organized. Behind you, men sleep on benches or mats, and their sleep is the coin the wall buys by standing up. You hate the wall when it is windy and cold and your eyes feel peeled, but you learn to love it because it defines your labor. When nothing happens, you do not call it boring. You call it intact. You accept your share of the intactness like bread. You also know, because someone must always know, that things can swing hard in a minute, and your throat, dry from silence, will suddenly be dry for a different reason. Supplies on the wall are organized as if a panic were a certainty, and the person who placed them there is someone you trust more every hour. Coils of rope, torches bundled with pitch cloth, and a pot of sand near them to smother if a spill ignites where it should not. Hooks for ripping ladders back from the parapet. Sand on the walkway in places where footing is treacherous. A luxury given by men who carried sacks upstairs so steep they had to stop twice to breathe. At intervals, along the inner face, hang leather buckets. Fire is a constant rumor. In a siege, and water always feels insufficient. You rub a bucket with your thumb and feel the line where a crack once was and was properly mended. You see someone else notice the same thing. In this way, the wall's trust is a chorus of glances. Signals out beyond you matter. If you are at Acre, beacons on outlying towers, if still in Christian hands, answer with their own pattern when lit, a rhyme you have practiced and recorded. If you are at Safed before the storm breaks, a mounted man on a knoll in daylight might hold up a cloth to say, "I am ours," and the order of his signals will seem arbitrary to anyone who did not memorize them months ago. At night, you prefer lanterns, and if the air is clear and the hills are favorably arranged, a chain of small fires that speak better than tongues over distances long enough to matter. You hear the outermost station's message in your head, even before the runner arrives. Your mind starts making the necessary adjustments to watches if it reports movement that must be met at a gate rather than a wall. Civilians in the city, if you are in a place like Acre, fold their nights around your
schedule in imperfect ways.
A baker must light his oven while you count his smoke and classify it as safe because you have seen it the last 7 nights. A mother walks a child who cannot sleep, and the footfalls below your wall tap a rhythm you catalogue as harmless. A lamp in a window should be there. If it is not, you note it, not because it is necessarily conspiracy, but because an abnormality can become one if you ignore it. Under siege, the ordinary becomes suspicious and must be redeemed by repetition. You keep the ledger of such small urban heartbeats, and it keeps you from being jumped by shadows your mind invents. The watch changes with a controlled friction. Fresh bodies step echoing on stone as tired ones descend with a carefulness that proves the wall has taught them to move as if they were always being observed. The sergeant gives a watchword and receives it back. He notes who looks too haggard and who looks too ready, and adjusts the next turn accordingly. Your feet burn from the long standing on stone. You stamp them not to make a noise that carries, but to keep blood from sulking in your calves. You take a mouthful of water with the humility of someone who depends utterly on other men who carried it here. You are not inclined to romance siege engines, but they are part of your horizon. The crash and thunk of a trebuchet's counterweight in the distance becomes a clock of its own, and you find yourself counting not the strike on your wall, but the interval between the creak and the impact. From that in time, you can tell whether they adjusted the sling, whether the bucket is being filled with something heavier than stone, whether a new team has taken over and works with a different patience. On your own side, the spring-old is cocked and kept under a tarpaulin to shelter its twisted skeins from dew. The men who tend it do not boast. They oil the winch and count the turns and feel the muscle of the twisted bundles as if gauging the readiness of a limb when the hour is calm, as it sometimes is even under threat. You allow the wall's monotony to smooth your inner noise. You trace the mortar with your palm, feel the grit. Imagine the lime pit, the man lifting the trowel, the careful settling of each course. You think of the baker's shoes, the way they scuff in the dark, and you decide you like that sound because it anchors you to a city that lives behind you while you look outward. You swallow and feel your throat and count a slow 10. You breathe and let your eyes rest on the dark between campfires. Your senses are leashed, not tightened. You are a garden on a leash. And yet, as the watch returns its own breath to your body and the stones accept your standing weight, as if you've always stood here, one question circles like a hawk at low altitude and refuses to leave. If the pattern you've learned so carefully on this wall were broken in an hour not of your choosing, if the torches out there moved in a rhythm you have never seen, if the sound came strange, if the first ladder set where you cannot reach it immediately, would the discipline of your rotations carry you over the first surprise? Or would the night reveal that you were resting on familiarity more than readiness, in a place that requires both? The siege does not arrive with a trumpet. It arrives with logs dragged across ground, with shouts that are too regular to be argument, with small fires that you watch become larger, as if the men tending them were cooks rather than carpenters. The first stone thrown across distances does something to your ear you never forget. It shakes inside your chest rather than outside your head, and the wall answers it with a dust sigh. A siege is a dialogue in thuds and the flexibility of stone, and you are a translator with your body. Your rotations tighten. Watches shorten because the work between them grows. Daylight belongs to the engines. Night belongs to repairs. In the afternoon day you stand and return fire if you can, and gesture and calm and shout only when you must, because shouting wastes something you will need later. In the night you become a mason and a carrier and a coil of rope with a heartbeat. The lime pit is unhooded. Men mix with shovels, adding sand in the measure someone learned from the last repair that held. Slurry is lugged in buckets up to the parapet, and you learn to love the weight of it because it gives your hands purpose. The place where a stone has spalled off is chipped clean, and your trowel takes on the temper of a surgeon's tool. You do not plaster, you seat. The night is the time when walls are not static, when their supposed immobility is revealed to be a daily achievement. You fill gabions, wicker baskets that become temporary walls when filled with earth, and roll them into place where a portion of parapet must grow taller overnight. The wicker scrapes, the earth spills, your wrists ache, and none of this stirs you to complaint because it is the cost of the day's arrogance. Stones are hauled, not in the dead weight that breaks men, but in slings and on levers that spread. The load into a song you can sing for hours. If a battering ram has been rolled near, you listen for the odd pause that means its head has struck home, and men have felt something worth shouting about. You learn to love the ordinary thump instead.
It means the wood of the gate laughs at the game for now. Miners dig. Your own men counter-dig. A siege is a contest in 2 dimensions and below them, and the night is when ears lie against ground and listen to a different kind of enemy. Scrape, scrape, scrape of picks beneath the surface.
You lay a drum on the earth in a trench and watch for ripples on water set in a bowl upon it, a trick learned somewhere else and shared the way such things spread, because necessity is a better messenger than vanity. When ripples come in a certain cadence, you know digging is not practice. You answer by digging your own countermine, aiming to meet theirs. This is the hardest work to describe to someone who expects heroism. You move earth with care, hold wood where it will not groan, listen to the sound of your own breath to keep from drowned panic below ground. You burn air by counts. Above, a man waits with a bucket because he knows exactly how long you can stay. Down there, before your head swims, fire appears often enough to become a character. Torches thrown, pitch maintained by someone who stirs and adds to keep it pourable. The walls, where wood shows, get soaked where they can be. Sand waits for the inevitable little flare that licks up under a crenel. Someone here knows quicklime and water and what it becomes. It is dangerous, a friend with sharp teeth. The pail is covered, marked, and moved only by hands trained not to tip. If it must be thrown, it is thrown with a range that hurts the right target and not your own. You will not talk about it later. You will do what the hour requires, and then you will return the pail to the storage that will keep it from becoming a rumor that kills at the wrong time. The wall itself begins to sing differently under load. You learn how to hear when a timber, bracing a hoard, a wooden gallery, has loosened a nail. The particular creak that says, "Step there and you will curse at dawn." You add a brace. You do not sign it. You simply make the future safer with your arms in the night. You sleep an hour, 2 at most, and within those scraps rest like a miser, spending only the smallest coin. When you wake, your face is lined with grit that you do not wash fully, because washing costs water, and water is a more important soldier than you are. Arrows and quarrels are used up in the day and must be returned in the night, or worked to life again. Broken shafts are mended or turned into shorter ones for short shots. Feathers are bound with more glue than beauty demands. Soldiers become fletchers because war does not respect professions in a siege. Rope is divided into lengths that tie a ladder before it becomes a man's downfall. Hooks are sharpened and set in pots of oil so they will bite when thrown and not stick in their own rust. You decant oil from a larger amphora into smaller ones a man can carry upstairs in 2 hands without the slosh that spells ruin. The city behind the wall breathes shallow. You ration it. The baker bakes at a time that will not smoke when the wind is wrong. The water is carried at hours that do not make silhouettes at the well against a skyscape we cannot control. Stores are locked with more care, and fewer people know the keys. The wall and the market become each other's keepers. You become a translator again, telling the market what the wall requires, telling the wall what the market can sustain without breaking. The boredom of peacetime logistics becomes the dignity of siege survival simply because time has tightened and choices have begun to show their real cost. You maintain the watch even when your hands are full of mortar and your feet are planted on a plank that will only pretend to be secure if you trust it too far. You do not tilt your head as a distracted man does. You tilt it like a listener sipping. The enemy knows your pattern now and will attempt to disrupt it. They will advance with a small group when the moon has gone behind cloud, because they have learned you mark your change of watch by the moon. They will beat a drum far off to test whether your ear loves drama or reality more. You surprise them by loving neither. You love rhythm, and you have many rhythms by now, and you can hear when one is false because it tries too hard to be noticed. A man falls. You knew it would happen. The ladder he waited was old. The plank cracked. The footing slipped on sand scattered in the wrong place. You tie him to a board and pass him down hand to hand, and the city that is not allowed to panic holds its breath and then breathes. He is taken to a place where a particular woman, skilled in a way that does not require letters, lays cloth on a wound and binds it with practiced pressure. You note her with the same gratitude you noted the man who oiled hinges. She is logistics too, and she makes the wall taller by doing her work behind it. In the darkest hour before dawn, the enemy tests a section of wall with ladders, not believing yet, but hoping. You and your fellows fall into positions rehearsed. Hooks bite wood, and men pull together, dragging a ladder off the wall so it falls back among those who set it with enough force to dent their ambition.
Arrows flicker, stones tumble. A cauldron moves into a place that looks theatrical in tales, but here is simply heavy and hot and manageable by two men who counted handles and burned less than would have been burned because someone had thought.
About mitts weeks ago. You feel fear like a tape tightened around your chest, and then you feel the lesson of the last months loosen it. Fear is acceptable. Losing the habit is not. You move, and the wall holds. The attempt ends not with a cheer, but with a return to your previous sentence in the long conversation, this time with more sweat on the page. Morning finds you with grit in your teeth and a surprising calm. You have seen the pattern tested. It frayed, but did not snap. You have carried water, stone, fear, and instructions along a walkway that now feels as narrow as a thought. You will sleep for an hour, not because you are permitted by a benevolent master, but because the wall requires you not to fade this afternoon, when the trebuchets will have found again the geometry of your tower. You sleep with lime on your hands and the shape of a ladder's rung under your palms, and you ask the question the wall always asks of those who work it. If tonight they come not with ladders, but with a new idea, a tunnel deeper than your ears, found a flame carried in pots you have not seen before, will your rotations and repairs accommodate invention as easily as they accommodate repetition? Or have you taught yourselves the last version of the dance when a new one is about to play? Sieges do not teach mercy. They teach sequence. Whether a place holds or falls, the lesson you breathe is the same. A wall is only as strong as the habits that move along it. At Safed, the habits met a mind that refused to give them sufficient time. At Acre, the habits met the end of the sea's promise when ships cannot or do not save what stones cannot hold. You stand in both places at once in your memory and learn without choosing poetry. Holding looks like order. The watch changes in a drizzle without letting stair treads become a slide. The engines fire without snarling their cords. The archers call for more arrows and get them in bundles that were tied the night before by hands that could have slept. The runners do not fall because they learned the dips in the wall's walk in daylight. The gate resists because its hinges were greased without delay, because a bar was shaved to fit under heat and cold. Civilians move in corridors of safety that someone mapped and enforced. A child cries in a place where her voice will not carry up to men who would commit cruelty just to hear it. A baker passes bread through a window to a guard who has not left his post. All of this is unremarkable to the eye that seeks fireworks. It is remarkable to the man whose job is to bring the morning. Falling is not a failure of courage here. It is a failure of number and time. You can repair a wall at night until you cannot because the holes appear faster than the lime sets. You can carry water until you cannot because the buckets are empty and the cistern reveals its tiled bottom under a pale, treacherous moon. You can shoot until you cannot because the fletcher's hands bleed and glue will not dry and feathers are soggy. You drag ladders down until you cannot because there are more ladders than hands and fewer hooks than rungs. You counter-dig until you cannot because the enemy has more men with more air and more wood to shore their tunnels. The habits then pivot. The rotation that kept the wall intact becomes the rotation that gets people away intact. This is not less noble. It is the last use of what you practiced. At Acre, when the final hours arrived, evacuation had its own logistics that had been imagined in times men call calm. Boats, tides, docks, lines of people, lists of what to carry and what to burn. All had been thought through by dry eyes when hearts were not hot. That the last men stayed, that a tower held until it could not, that the sea took as many as it could, are things someone else can embroider. You noticed the way the ropes were coiled so they did not tangle when they were thrown. You noticed the way a plank became a bridge because someone had measured the gap long before it opened. You noticed the way a quartermaster set fire to stores, without hesitation because he had understood too well the arithmetic of letting an enemy eat what you bought with years. You left with a lump of ash in your throat that will not dissolve. Still you carried with you the proof that boring disciplines have beauty in disaster. At Safed, when the walls were tested beyond what walls had been asked to bear in that place, the rotations became the last comfort. A man knowing that he would stand with the same partner at the same section even as stones fell near his feet, kept his head. The watchword pinned men to their common ground even as the ground was being stolen. Messages traveled stairways, not by noble leaps but by feet landing on the edges that were least broken because someone had taught 5 seasons of boys where to put their souls. When the defense ended, it ended as cleanly as such a thing can, with those who could withdraw doing so on lines that had been chalked on tables long before, and those who could not remaining at places they knew and had filled so many nights. They could find their stations with their eyes closed. A kind of peace hides even in such endings, the knowledge that you did not suddenly invent a pattern at the last hour, and thus did not add chaos to loss. The lesson for you walking down from any wall after any night is not that readiness prevents all grief. It does not. It tames some and shapes others so they do not flood the house. It makes space in which courage can be something other than noise. It preserves dignity for people who do not care about that word because they are busy living it. The watches you kept at night mean a baker can knead, a mother can soothe, a wounded man can sleep on his clean bandage, a child can memorize the noise of the bell instead of the noise of panic. If a place falls, these habits ensure that what can be carried out is carried, and what cannot be is denied to the fire that would otherwise consume it. If a place holds, the habits mean the next day starts just as a normal day would. The bells ring, the bread is cut, the watch posts their pairs, and someone rubs oil into a leather strap in a way that stops a buckle from failing before noon. When you lie down after such nights, you carry 2 maps. One of the wall with its crenels, angles, stairs, counterscarp, hoardings, sally ports, wells, and cisterns. The other of the city that it protected with its alleys and doors and ovens and shelves and children. You realize that your body has been a bridge between those maps. You also understand that the bridge is made from material most listeners do not want to hear about because it smells like oil, tastes like salt, and feels like splinters, ash, and lime. Still, you prefer the truth. The wall holds or falls on these, and you labored in them. You let your breath slow in a place that is neither dormitory nor parapet, perhaps a corner of a tower that smells of old wood and new dust. Your eyes shut and open and shut again, and in those creases of rest you rehearse, without drama, both versions of tomorrow. If the wall holds, you will walk it again, inspect hinges, count arrows, listen to ground, tilt your ear to air, feel your way along the stones for the next loose face to reset. If the wall breaks, you will light what must be lit, choke what must be choked, open what must be opened, and carry what must be carried. If a ship sails in, if a message comes, you will fold it into the rotation as if it were another stone to seat. Your pattern has become the city's gravity. You cannot save everything. You can stop many things from being lost to carelessness. It is almost an insult to call this boring. It is too precise to be boring. It asks you to attend without wanting to be the center of any account. It gives you the pleasant fatigue of competence. It empties you of the desire to make events bigger than they are and fills you instead with a readiness to meet events at their exact size. Your watch ends at a time the bell chooses, if the bell still hangs, to be rung. If not, your own ribs count for you. The stones accept your back as you slide down them to sit. You feel a domino of aches and are at peace with all of them because they are evenly distributed. And so, when the light finally presses a pale stripe along the horizon, and it is your hour to sleep with your boots near your bed and your belt within reach, you let yourself relax into the quiet that a kept watch buys, and you ask the only question that seems worth asking after walls and ropes and lime and ash and water and oil have taught you what they teach. Now that you have learned to wrap sleep inside vigilance and vigilance inside habit, how will you carry this skill back into a world that prefers noise, and will you be able to keep its quiet middle even when no stone asks you to?